must just say, the river is flowing nicely, just how the river should flow. It's raised, it's come up a bit, but it's not nothing so far like we've had. Everything is cleaner here. Cleaner, jobs that perhaps I think our old people used to do on a daily basis when they were doing nothing. You know, between their marae, they're going to the takutai moana to gather what they have there to fill the pātaka. They did all these other jobbies that we neglect to do. We've neglected to do over the last how many years. So, yeah, I think that for me, the flood came as a clean out and as a wake-up call for us. Also, for many years, we have been going on about our infrastructure here and have had nothing to do. And I know a lot of the frustration of parihaka tangata has been when we had the signing with the Crown and got some money, that the expectation was that the infrastructure should have been done immediately. And of course it didn't. It hasn't. And we turned to looking to grow that and to grow an income for this place. Now, perhaps that wasn't the right first steps, but never mind. We've got 2 feet going forward now, and we just need to keep it up. We just need to keep it up and do this together. One other thing that I'm taking from this as well as these meetings on these phones, these whatever, ipurangi. Have a say in the matter. Don't just tune in your ears and then kamutu te hui got lots to say after. It doesn't make any difference whether you face up kanohi ki te kanohi or not. You choose to go this way, doesn't let us off the hook. You got something to say, say it. Better still, you have an idea, put your idea forward. Or tautoko the idea that you like best that's been talked about. Otherwise, I don't know what's the point in being on here and staying in silence. And then top it all off, come home. That's mine. Sorry, that sounds, yeah, okay, I'm venting frustration of the last few days. Because everybody I've seen, apart from not even a handful, maybe 4 people, they were only 4 people out of the, not 100, but maybe 50, 60, I've seen, only 4 I knew. The others are the uri of those that are no longer here or can't make it. Yeah, and this was wonderful. They did a great job. Awesome. And we got a swimming hole. We got a swimming hole now. So the kainga has been down to have a dip. Yeah, because it's been hot. Well, tērā noi ho tāku. Faye, you might have some more to add. Or Patrick, ko koe te tangata.
Tautoko yo kōrero koe. Thank you. You've covered most. Yep. What Patrick and I were doing was that he was taking care of the pā business and I've been helping our farming community. So I haven't been hands-on. I've had to ask Patrick to just take a step back because he needed to rest as well because he's been involved in quite a lot. But yeah, it's been amazing, absolutely amazing, really. What's, you know, everyone coming together. It's been beautiful to see. But in regards to the weather and what's ahead of us, our awa, I feel our awa is going to let us know, like that, like it did last Sunday. But yeah, I'm just overwhelmed with all the help, all the tautoko. Feel for Marta and her family. You know, to get to her last Sunday, you had to swim. But Patrick was there with ngāhina to awhi her and help any way he could. But yeah, as for our farming community, they're coping as well. But we've got a rural support happening on Wednesday. that we're going to branch out and help all the farmers around the community as well. So yeah, I don't have much to add. Koe, you covered lots. Yeah, so we're just here to tautoko and awhi one another now, and just to look after one another. And I must say, PPT, amazing. Yeah, amazing job. Kia ora koutou.
Ka pai, mihi ana kia koutou, mihi ana kia koe wakari hia, kia koe whai pet, koutou rā, mahi ana ngā mahi rangatira, whakarite ana. Thank you for the updates, and as we say, we'll, of course, fingers crossed, over these next few hours as more rain is forecast, and of course the cyclone and the strong winds, strong southeasterly winds. So mihi ana kia koutou te papakainga. Auntie Colleen, mihi ana kia koe me te whakaro nui atu rā ki ngā iwi kau. And we acknowledged our mate, and just seeing you come in now, yeah, we acknowledge Auntie Carol, and now with her lovely pane, Uncle Angus, and all the others that have passed on. So mihi ana kia koe. Koutou rā e te whānau pani. So thank you for the update. We've just given our papakainga time to give us an update on how things are going out at Parihaka and the amazing mahi that's been done over this last week out at Parihaka. So he mihi ana kia koutou. Okay, whānau, we're just going to now move into our housekeeping. So firstly, I've just taken a screenshot in terms of who's here in our attendance. But if I can just ask that whānau keep their microphones on mute, and just raise your hand if you have a kōrero, or you can use the little emoji icon there if you have something that you'd like to say, and then I can unmute. I'm about ready to, now that we've got whānau on, I'm going to, in terms of ka pai Nadia. Nadia's recorded everybody. I'm just going to lock our meeting now, but if there are other members of whānau who want to get in and they are locked out, you just need to let me know. Or I get a little notification so I can let them in. So it's just so that we don't get any silly hackers out there that try to jump in on our Zoom and do silly things. So that's just in regards to our Zoom, and of course it's just to be mindful that if we have something to say, that the raising of our hands is really key. As we move motions, so for example apologies and attendance, etc., I will put up a poll. I see Auntie Shona's got her hand up. Ka pai Auntie Shona, part-time mai. O kōrero mai Auntie Shona, just put yourself on mute. Kia ora.
Damon, have you heard from Marlene? Because she was, I don't think she was able to get in on her laptop.
Oh, Marlene, I know that she was, oh, here, she's there. Marlene's here. She's here.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. That's all.
Kia ora. Ka pai. So, yeah, so we've, as I said, we've just locked the meeting down. So if there are whānau they can't get in, they want to get in, just let me know. I can let them in. And as I said, I've just created a poll. So when we come to apologies and we move a motion to accept apologies, I'll put the poll up. All that you have to do is just click on I, Carl, or abstain. And we will use that process as we move motions throughout our hui. So that's firstly the way we're going to operate our hui. I'm just going to now share our documents here, and this is going to keep us sort of on track. So here we have now, we've done our housekeeping, our Zoom conduct. So number 4 item, we've done our mihi ka pai, so just please mute microphones, raise hands, etc. We've been through that. Oops, apologies. Okay, so hapai mana tangata e te oana, just be mindful that we have, if we have something to say, yeah, we'll follow the procedures. And as I say, the poll function we will use. So number 4, apologies. So just acknowledge that we have apologies so far from Ewai, Ripia, Teresa Steer, Rawiri Mahutonga, who's at work and is going to try to zoom in where he can today. See Auntie Colleen's here, so kei te pai Auntie Colleen. Hope the Ngāti Mutunga AGM went well, and I did send my brother a message this morning to wish him all the best for his first AGM for Ngāti Mutunga. So ka pai, good to see you. Are there any other apologies, whānau? Ka pai, other apologies, kei a koe Nadia.
Yep, just Marangi Phillips and Warren Wipatene, and then there's a couple in the chat as well that we've captured.
Ka pai, we got some in the chat, so ka pai, ngā huia, kei a koe.
Morena Wano, it was just a correction in terms of the previous minutes, noting Ella Kamana, her surname should be Kamana.
Ka pai, we'll come to those minutes in our agenda too, ngā huia, so
Ka pai.
Ka pai. Any other apologies for today, whānau?
Damon,
Aye,
Linda,
ka pai, Auntie Linda.
thank you. Thank you.
Ka pai, Marlene, I see your hand
Karen
up.
Okoroa.
Sorry,
Karen Okoroa.
ka pai. Are there any other apologies, whānau? Okay, so with that, whānau, I'm just going to stop sharing, and then I'm going to go to the poll. So would like to move a motion that we accept our apologies. So I'm just going to share with you now the poll, and all that you need to do, whānau, you should see that now. Just click on I, yes, I accept, Kyle, or abstain. So kei a koutou e te whānau, I'll give you a minute.
I'm happy to second that motion too, Damon.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. Ka pai. Tēnā koe, Pat. All right, whānau, it looks like that we've got everyone in, so we've got one more to go. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, ka pai. So we have we've moved that motion. As you can see the results. I'll just share the results. Can you see all of those, whānau? Ka pai. So mihi ana kia koutou. Thank you. Those apologies have been accepted. So easy way to do things as we proceed through our hui. Okay. Next, now as we move on, we will now move into our attendance. So as noted, we've recorded, so Nadia has recorded those in attendance, and as I say, I've taken an image as well for our attendance for today's hui. So I want to just move that we accept those in attendance today. Would someone like to second that? Just raise your hand if ka pai whai, tēnā koe. And we'll just run the poll now. So we'll go to the poll, and the next poll will be our attendance. Okay, whānau, so there you have now the poll in front of you. If you can just accept our attendance for our hui today. Ka pai. All right, that's all come in, so that's all accepted. I'll just share the results. There we go. So attendance accepted. Mihi ana kia koutou. Thank you very much. All right, so let's now move into our next item on the agenda, which is our minutes from our previous hui, circulated yesterday by Lena. And this was our 5th of December minutes. So if we can firstly we can firstly look at our minutes, and I'm going to give whānau a bit of time. You know, I know that we only circulated the correspondence yesterday, but I'll give you some time just to read through those minutes, and if whānau have already read them, that's great. And just to discuss any amendments, and so Ngā Hui's first amendment was in regards to our apologies. Oh, sorry, is that right, Ngā Hui? If we just go back through your
I am, so just a typo in terms of the surname Kamana should be Kamana.
ka pai, kia ora. Ka pai, Auntie Jenny, kei a koe.
Yeah,
If you
I
could-
don't know whether I should bring this in now or later. Can we
That's
have the
right.
minutes out a heck of a lot earlier than we're getting them?
Ka
Please.
pai, yes, kia ora, mihi ana noted. Are there, kia ora, Auntie Jenny, if there are queries or matters arising, can you just point out the page number and the number that we're referring to? Kia ora, ka pai, Auntie Jenny, kōrero mai,
Page 3, number 8.
number 8, ai, kōrero.
We got financials for today.
Yes, we have. Yeah. Rawiri has sent those through, so we've got them. He just sent them through yesterday, so we do have them. I'll share those as we bring them up.
Thank you.
Ka pai, are there any matters arising from our minutes of the 5th of December, which was, just a reminder, it was a November-December hui as well. Ka pai, you can hand up, oh, sorry, Auntie Jenny, then we'll come to Mina. Ka pai, Auntie Jenny.
Yeah, page 4, number 10. This is Vanessa speaking here from the PPT.
All right.
That's bullet number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bullet number 5. Vanessa would like to work in partnership with marae committees to achieve marae goals. Have you and Mina been in contact with her regarding the water problem that we have?
Not yet, Auntie Jenny, no.
Okay.
I'll just note that though, thank you for that. And are you saying in regards to the water problem, is that recent, or is this the last week or last 2 weeks?
No, this is the problem that we've got on the par.
Are you talking about the drainage? Oh yeah, the drainage. Ka pai. Just to update whānau, we have had a discussion with the Kawepapa Kāinga last year in regards to drainage. The result of that meeting was that we were going to, the chair, Tina, was going to, at the time, was going to get an assessment done. And we were still waiting on that. So we will follow that up now with new chair, Tuhiao and Vanessa. Given the recent events in terms of the flooding, it's certainly high on the priority list. Ka pai, Mina, and then we'll come to Maya. Kei a koe, Mina?
Tēnā tātou. Hey, I just was number 13, page 5. Just wanted to, I think that's an error, a typo. The fundraising team had submitted an application to DII for $6,000. I believe it was 60.
Kia ora. Yes, noted. Lena and I already spoke about that, and yes, that is correct. We'll make that amendment. It should be 60,000. Ka pai, kei a koe, Maya.
Morena whānau, I'm at mahi at the moment, just multitasking. Re the water issue, So we had a papakainga hui, I think, on Monday. I actually can't remember. It seems like a long time ago. And I told them that BTW and Calibre had already done a stormwater assessment in 2017. So they asked for that documentation and specifications. So just to let you know, the papakainga took those specs and the layout of the stormwater issues, and they used some of the piping and one of the sumps that I said I would allow Toroanui to use, because during the floods last week, that water came right up to Pukamutu, and it's probably about maybe 3 millimeters away from getting into the subfloor, but it didn't. Ruakiri was walking around taking live videos, which is good, including cousin Patrick and Faye keeping an eye on the water level. So Harry came out, they had a look at the ditches. So they've got those specs at the moment, and those specs will be used as part of their long-term planning. They acknowledge that the stormwater is critical on the infrastructure. So I just wanted to elaborate that they now, thankfully, have seen the damage on the papakainga because of this one-off, maybe a second event of high water on the papakainga. So I believe, and because Tuhio is an environmentalist, the infrastructure will be critical on their next list in the future. So out of this damage, good things are happening.
Kia ora Maya, tēnā koe, thank you for that. It just as a follow-up with the recent flooding and drainage being on our PGF works, Minna and I have had a conversation about approaching PPT around our drainage and solutions and what we could do. So yeah, that's next on our cards to have that conversation. So
Excellent.
yeah, mihi ana. Whilst the iron is hot.
Totally. Upukamutu may be finished yet.
Kia ora, kia ora. Any other matters arising from minutes, whānau?
Yeah, just got financials.
Ka pai, Auntie Jenny, just page number and which number are we referring to?
Yeah, I've got page 5, number 13. Oh no, it's not that one. It's well, it's a financial. I'll just wait for
The report.
Yeah.
Okay. Ka pai. Any further any further queries? Minna, kei a koe?
Just wouldn't mind if it's even if it's discussed later on the agenda, just an update on the keeping our whakamua wānanga with Colleen, and to see, you know, maybe what we're looking at for that date wise, and also to talk to Pumawao workshop maybe at that same time.
Ka pai, we'll just yeah, we'll add that to our GB.
Yeah, that.
Okay, any other queries, whānau? Minna, you still got your hand up?
Sorry, I didn't realise you had to make it low. You have to lower your hand as well. Great.
Ka pai, kia ora. Okay, any other matters arising from our minutes? All right, well, with that then, whānau, could I ask for a, we're going to now approve our minutes. Could I ask for a mover and a seconder, please? So just raise your hand, or Nadia moving to accept our minutes. Do I have a seconder? Seconder, whānau, ka pai whai. Okay, and now we're going to share the poll regarding the approval of our minutes, and we're just launching that now, whānau, so you can have your votes. All right, we're nearly there. We've just got 4 more to go. Ka pai, any more voters there? I think I've got 1, 2, I've got 3 to go. 3 more votes to go, whānau. Ka pai, ka pai. That's kua mitu. And now I'll just share the results. So there are our results for the approval of our minutes, 5th of December. So 10 aye, 3 abstain. Ka pai. Mihi ana. Thank you, whānau. All right, we'll carry on now to our next kaupapa, which is correspondence in and correspondence out. So in our minutes, we had the 6th of December correspondence in proposed COVID tikanga document received to forward on to Morihu. 6th of December, we had our ipahanui from Te Kāui o Taranaki regarding the Hui Atau, AGM. 8th of December, Te Kāui o Taranaki Pātaka Hei Hei pickup schedule. 10th of December, WIT marae booking, declined due to renovations. 13th of December, MB Alana remittance payment, $210,000, $539.70. 13th December, Te Kāui o Taranaki Tania Stokes GST return for 2 months ended 30th of November. No need to pay. 15th of December, insurance extension to 28th Feb. 17th December, I Pānui, Te Kotahitanga, Te Kāui o Taranaki virtual Pānui. 21 December, PGF monthly report template received. 23 December, financial, Te Toroanui marae, Komiti, Treasury team confirms part payment of the photo hanging system, which we'll discuss in our upcoming GB. 24 December, PPT notification, new COVID tikanga signs were installed at the front of the gates. 27 January, PPT, Pānui, public hui to be held 30th of January. 1 PM start. 27 January, liability insurance policy, Crombie Lockwood, which we'll discuss soon. 1st of February, I Pānui from Te Kāui. 1st of Feb, PGF monthly report template. And 8th of February, PPT chair flooding today and plans ahead. So with the correspondence in whānau, sorry, we got the link there. Pull that up, Lena. There it is there, whānau. So that's our correspondence in. Can you all see that?
Oh,
Okay. Sorry, Taiwa, I'll just pull that up now. I'll just have to reshare the screen. There we go.
no.
There's the correspondence in. Okay, ka pai. I'll just stop sharing that now. And we now move into correspondence in. So I'll share that now with you. And we're just going to, if I could have a mover and a seconder in regards to the accepting of the correspondence in. Do I have a mover? If you just raise your hand. Correspondence in, a mover. Ka pai, Nadia, and a seconder. Ka pai, Ngahuia, tēnā koe. And the poll, I'll just put the poll up now. Correspondence in, there we go, whānau. So if you can now just aye, Carl, or abstain.
No. Okay.
Just waiting for one more whānau. We got 12 so far. Ka pai. Okay. And here we are. So there's the results. Thank you very much. 12 aye, 1 abstain. Ka pai, mihi ana ki a koutou. Okay, we're going to now shift into correspondence out. So I'll just bring up that hyperlink. Okay, I'm just going to share the screen now for correspondence out. Apply. Here we go. So just in regards to correspondence out, on the 5th of December, we had the 2021 proposed COVID tikanga forward for Morehu feedback. Response in favour of vaccination passes to enter the PA. A response in favour of no vaccination pass to enter the PA. Request addressed to Toroanui committee to table their feedback. And if we just bring up our feedback. So I'll just, can people see that? The response?
I can see it, I can't read it.
So some good feedback from some of our morehu in regards to the document.
Oh dang, I'm on a Zoom hui at the moment. I'm on a Zoom hui at the moment. Yeah.
So Ngā Hui, did you want to speak to your response in regards to that?
Oh, ka pai whānau. So just in terms of some of the COVID responses set by the government, I know they're guidelines. And in terms of what we see as fit in terms of morehu and our committee, or the people who are at the table, we, in terms of can create our own, I suppose, restrictions or some form of guidelines moving forward to help benefit and also ensure the health and safety of everybody. So there are ways and forms in which we can actually do that safely. In order for our uri, for us as our wānau to be able to come back home, for those wānau who choose not to be vaccinated, kei te pai, but also for those who choose to be vaccinated. So for me, it was more of the government have guidelines, and because I'm already working in those spaces of the COVID responses, so I get things firsthand. So in terms of the COVID responses and probably ascertaining our own tikanga around that, or our own responses as morehu, just to also be reminded too that it has been a forced thing that's come about, and there has been uncertainty with our waira wānau, where it hurts our waira wānau because they can't come back because of certain kawa and implementation that's happened already. So they feel the mamae there not being able to come back and being turned away and things like that. So I know in terms of when we come back home, we make sure that we ensure that we keep our wānau on the papakainga safe as much as keeping ourselves safe. So that was just a sharing in terms of the government have guidelines in regards to the COVID policies, but what we do as a people, as a wāre, this is where we all come together to share whakaaro, thoughts, and help others understand the rationale behind things, because it's a risk assessments too. So we've got to make sure that our elderly whānau are looked after to the safest that we can. And I know that some of our whānau have you know, they've been a bit calling the homeschooling, but it's just over these times, unfortunately, it's just put us on the silo of having to go through what that may look like to us as a whānau.
Ka pai ngā huia. Yeah, I'll just bring the letter up. So, I mean, that for us at the moment, as a marae, we still are yet to set what that tikanga is going to look like. We do have some experiences that our whānau have had over these last few months, which will help inform that for us. You are right. We determine what that looks like for us in terms of how we will approach the way we do things. There are, of course, the PPT also has provided some guidelines and guidance for us, but I guess in regards to that response, we need to just ensure that we've had that kōrero with our whānau and what that's going to look like moving forward. So, but thank you for penning and sending your thoughts, particularly given that you're in that area as well. So that will be useful for us moving forward. Kia ora, mihi ana, thank you, ngā huia. Okay, so as we mentioned, we're still yet to decide what that's going to look like for us. We did have, we were waiting to see what was available out there for us. We had heard about ngā iwi o Taranaki COVID marae guidelines, which I talked to Whareoka Wano about, and he was a bit unsure about that document. We do know that Te Kāhui o Taranaki have a tangihanga guidelines document, which is still yet to be updated in regards to how marae will approach COVID. So, and we do have the national marae guidelines as well that have been sent out that are available. But the kōrero for us has to happen between our people and what that's going to look like moving forward. So, are there any responses, whānau, just to that? O ka pai ngā huia, kōrero mai?
Sorry, just in terms of the guidelines from a government response. The government response also getting that from the Ministry of Health. So if there's any moving forward in terms of how we're going to establish and what that may look like as a whānau, there are guidelines there that are accessible for everyone to have a look in terms of like the new settings that the government have proposed. Like say, if we talk about tangihanga, have 100 maximum people who are vaccinated, and then another guideline point was for those who are not vaccinated, there is a guideline of having 25%, 25 people attend at a time, and what that may look like. But there's definitely guidelines online available already in place from the Ministry of Health. And at the end of the day, the government are actually going forward under their guidelines of the Ministry of Health. So there could also be another good source of information and documentation moving forward to help us ascertain some form of COVID response as a papakainga.
Gee, very much. Gee. Bueno, hang on, where's his hand? There.
And I can hear you. Yeah, kōrero mai.
Oh, sorry. Bueno, I just wanted to tautoko what ngā hui is saying, because it is it makes you know, frustration when we seemingly so readily want to do exactly what the letter from the Crown, whether it be the health or whoever, says, without any thought for our tikanga, which has been rooted here long before the government came. So, and I think if we go back to one of those things like whakaaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa, right? And you can narrow that down just to all the parihakans. Well, wherever you are, whai whakaaro. You know, just because you haven't been home for 50 or plus years, don't just come zooming in without a whakaaro about what you might or might not be bringing. Because a lot of our people over the holidays, that's what's happened. They just have rocked up and not thought about anything, you know, mawiri or anything, what they could be carrying or not. And that's the if it's a trick, that's the part that we have to do. Are you sick? Have you been sick? Do you not, if you are, don't go. Don't go. Leave it for another time. Kia ora mai koe, when you're feeling a hell of a lot better, on top of the wheel, go. Go to your parihaka. For me, that's how it is. It's not about whether have you had the injection or not. That's not, that's there. That is there. And that's the person's choice. But all for me, I'm asking, if you're ill, kawe hoki mai. Kawe hoki mai. Leave it till you're better. And that's all there is. We can't ask for more than that. Then all those things, what you're trying to say, ngā huia, what the old people had put in place, what your kuikuis said to you about this place, e tikana. And we can still carry that. But I'm also mindful, I know there's all the other side of things where, oh yeah, well, you know, some of our people, they don't listen, they don't care, they just, well, koina, that minority is the one that causes the concern. So what am I saying? Back to our tikanga tangata, you know, we don't trust each other, and are we being trustworthy? Are we worthy of the trust of our people? Or are we still want to be cunning? Ei aha maku. Like that? No. We can't do that. Those are all the realities we need to look at ourselves and within our whānau. And then we'll be all right. You know, hoki mai I runga I te pono o te kāinga o tohu rau ko te whiti me tā raua atua. Me te tika, te whakaaro nui mo etehi atu I a koe. Te ranu. Anyway, sorry, I'll leave it there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Pai koe, mihi ana. Okay, whānau, so just back to the other correspondence out. So I'm just sharing that now. We had our 6th of December, our staff team advertisement in regards to the Toroanui marae committee notice of executive officers. We also had 2nd of February, Te Kāhui Marae engagement team requesting Taranaki COVID marae guidelines, which we're still waiting to hear back on. 27th of January, we had the Crombie Lockwood insurance cover, which we're going to talk about in financials. And we also had on the 10th of February, our Spark Wi-Fi and camera installation on Toroanui marae, which we just need to negotiate when technicians will be on site, coordinating the day and the time with Pepper. So those were our correspondence out. Minna?
Kia ora. Just on with regards to that, the Ngāiwi o Taranaki Collective COVID-19 guideline handbook. It was sent in the e-pānui from Te Kāhui on the 1st of Feb. So I've just posted the link that's in that e-pānui in our chat. But perhaps maybe that gets sent out with some of these other additional paperwork for the hui.
Oh, kia ora, ka pai Minna, thank you. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder for our correspondence out whānau? Just raise your hand or And then we'll then put the poll forward. So who'd like to move that correspondence out is accepted? I see Kui Whakard here, Minna's hand still up, but I think that's still from their queries. Well, I see Auntie Colleen has moved. Do I have a seconder? Ka pai Nadia. All those in favour, or now I'm going to send out the poll now. So this is for correspondence out. And there we go. Ka pai whānau. Oops, sorry, wait on. I'll just have to do that again. Some little glitch. Okay, has that poll come up? No? Okay, wait on. Sorry. Just give me a minute. Aloha mai. I did have it ready and then I clicked the button too quick. All right, won't take us long. Okay. It's going to be on its way soon. All right, there we go, whānau. Thank you. We've got one more to go, one more vote. Just give you another few more seconds for the one more vote to come. Okay, ka pai. And here's the results. So correspondence out, 11 aye, 1 abstain. Okay, ka pai. Moving on now, whānau, moving on. All right, let's just share screen and aroha mai. It's where we keep all of our, just got to get rid of those. There we go. Okay, ka pai, here we go. All right, financials now, whānau. So I'm just going to bring up firstly the December financial report. All right. So we'll do our December and then we'll go into our January report. So as you can see, maintenance account has 19, or had the Genesis power bill that came out with now a balance in the maintenance account of $19,096.07. Our card account still has $500, or still had $500 in it from December. Here we have our pūtea te rā, the balance as of November, $4,498.12, and then koha. With now balancing our pūtea te rā of $4,673.12. Moving on to our next page, page 2. Our rangi ka puia account is sitting at $752.78. And our project account, you can see the pūtea that has come, that did arrive to our account, which was much needed. Pātai Mina, kei a koe.
Oh, yes, please. Are you sharing the document you're reading? Because we can only see the slide and the holder slide for a motion.
Aroha mai, yeah, aroha mai. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I have to unshare what the slide and then come back to the, oh, sorry. There we go, whānau. All right, I'll go back to the top. Sorry.
Kia ora.
Maintenance account. So there's the $100, 16 cents for Genesis Power. And the balance. Card account still has $500 in it. Ngā Pūtea o Te Rā account. With our koha that comes in, or come in for that November, December period with a balance of $4,673.12. And then page 2, which is has our Rangi Ka Puia account. Balance of $752.78 with our project account. And our invoices, of course, that we're overdue as we were waiting for that pūtea to be the installation or the drawdown to be paid into our account. Are there any queries on our December account report? Any part-time, Auntie Jenny?
Yeah.
Marlene. Yeah.
How much
I wanted to query the money that was paid to Pepper for the $16,121.60 on the 10th of December.
Yes.
We didn't have enough money to pay that, so that money was taken, am I correct, from the maintenance account to cover that bill?
Yes, that's right, because we didn't have the money enough to pay that. Yes, you're correct. We had to borrow some money, which needed to be.
So I wanted to know, when are you going to reimburse it back to the maintenance?
Yeah, that should be done now. That's what one of the jobs that Rawiri had, was to transfer the pūtea over, because given that the installments had come in. I'll follow that up with Rawiri.
Thank you.
Apai. Auntie Jenny, you had a question?
Yeah. How much have we got in the GST account?
The GST account, we've got GST that we're going to talk about as a separate item, but at the moment, as of December, the GST account hadn't been established.
As of which?
As of December, it hadn't been established yet. The account hadn't been opened. It has in the January report, but in December it hadn't been opened yet.
I haven't got the bloody date down on here.
Yeah, so that's and that's where we're going to, that GST account will become the holding account now for our GST and where it will stay. So that's in our January report. Are there other queries, whānau, just in terms of the December report?
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yes, ka pai, kōrero mai.
I was going through my financials and I do not have a, up the top there, they've got numbers and I do not have one for number 167. I've got everything else but the 167.
Okay, so are you referring to the December report?
I'm referring to a financial report. No, the December's one's there, and that's number 170. Going back, I haven't got one for 167.
Yeah, okay, I'll follow that one up. Page 167.
Do not have number 167.
Yeah.
I'd like to have that one, please. I see on here for the December report also that the GST is 0 on the account. So that's been opened. Was it opened in November?
Yeah, there was a bit of a process to go through to open that account. Just to open up an account inside our accounts, which normally would have been an easier process. We had to go through a bit of a, they needed minutes, etc., for us to open up that account. So in the January report, you'll see that it's now good to go, and we've got Pūtea in there at the moment.
How much have we got in there?
Well, I'll tell you that when we get to the January report. Are there any other queries on the December report, whānau? Okay, ka pai, could I then ask for someone to move a mover and a seconder for our December financial report? Just raise your hand. A mover, do I have a mover? Ka pai Auntie Colleen, and a seconder, Marlene. Kia ora. Now we'll just put up the poll, and if we can just financial report for December launched. There we go, whānau. So if you could aye, Carl, or abstain for our December report, that'd be lovely. Just to, just as a pānui, as I'm going through all of our paperwork and things, I do tend to miss the chats because I'm speaking to the kaupapa, but that's great. Thank you. I'm just reading those chats now as whānau are going through the poll. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. That's all of us. So we have, I'll share the result. 12 aye, 2 abstain. Ka pai. Thank you. Okay, I'll now bring up the January report. And just thank you for your patience as we navigate the our meeting, because it is a bit of a mission, I have to say, as we go through the information that we've got. Okay, so oh gosh, okay. Just bear with me, whānau, bear with me. All right. Okay, so we're just getting to now our financials. I'm on January. I'm just opening that now, and I'll share that very soon. Just make it a bit bigger for us and share. Ka pai. Thank you. There we go. Okay, here is our January report, whānau. Maintenance account, as you can see, balance from December 2021 was $19,163.23. We had a Genesis power bill of $106.73, and our maintenance account balance at $19,089.50. Card account, so we can see that we've had some spending on our card account in the month of January, with a balance now of $269.11. Ngā pūtea o te rā, you can see the balance has been brought forward from December at $4,673.12. And we've had Te Pū Rā Day banked on the 19th of January of $572.10. With a balance of $5,415.22. We'll move on to the next page. So Rangi Kāpuia account still remains at $752.78. Our project account, you can see the balance there of $157,275.79. And now you can see we have our IRD GST account. with a refund that's been put in there from $5,168.71. And Rawiri has also got a GST report that we'll come to that has recorded all the other amounts that should be in this account, which he's going to look at transferring over. So, so we'll come to that GST report very soon after this. So with that, whānau, are there any pātai or questions on our January financial report?
Yes, I'm trying to do this. Ay, what the heck?
Oh, did you want me to go down the bottom quick?
No, just about the GST.
Yes.
And we had some money come in from wherever, some large amount. Again, I know this is a hoha, but is there GST to pay on that last amount of funds that has come in?
Kapai, that's a good question. I'll speak to that when after this. But yes, there is some money to be paid. Yes, Kilda.
Yeah, okay. Kapai, thank you.
Okay, are there other pātai whānau? Any other pātai in regards to the January report? Oh, sorry, Nadia. Kea koe.
I just wanted to mention that, sorry, it looks like Auntie Jen's dropped out, but she usually has questions around the financials. I just wanted to make a note of that. Cool.
Okay, ka pai, kia ora. Are there any other pātai? I know that once I go through the GST report, that might just clarify things for whānau, so that's next. But if there aren't any other questions, and I'll just aware that Auntie Jenny's popped out, so I'm just going to I've just unlocked the meeting so she can come back in. Okay, so if there aren't any other queries or questions regarding the January report, could I ask for a mover and a seconder, please? Ka pai Marlene to move. Do I have a seconder? Auntie Colleen to second. And now I'm just going to put up the poll to approve our January report and launch. Whānau, so there you are. Can you please respond to the poll? Kia ora. Okay, I think I think that's us. So, ka pai, there we go. So I'll just share the results. So that's 12 aye and a 1 abstain. Ka pai, kua mana, mihi ana. Okay, we're just going to move on now to the GST report from Rawiri. Okay, and I'm just going to share that now. All right. So this is a report provided by Rawiri, so tēnā tātou. So this 2-monthly GST return from 1st of December 2021 to 31st of January 2022 is a critical return for Toroanui, as 2 instalments of the PGF grant have been deposited into our project account. The GST that will have to be paid is around $30,000, and we have an amount of GST refund money in our GST account of $5,168.71. Now that's what we saw in our January report. We were initially holding our GST returns in our maintenance account and can be listed as follows. So 9th of February 2021, $894.08. 21 June 2021, $11,859.73. 10th of August, $15,127.98. 12th of October, $5,164.43. And that should be the 22nd of January 2021, $5,168.71. We had $213,644.24 paid in 2 installments on December the 10th by MB into our project account. Now, we all saw that in the December accounts. So in our December report, that was paid in on the 10th of December as noted by Rawiri. We also paid out $56,368.45 to Pepper Construction on the 10th of December, or December 10th. We have a GST return ready to submit with a sum of $19,843.85 to be paid. I'd also like to talk with our advisors, Dion and Tanya, to make sure it is an accurate return. And I would like the Mōrehu to discuss and arrive at an equitable means we can use to pay this return in a timely fashion. Ngā mihi kia tātou e te iti e te rahi. Now, any questions on that GST report? Mina, kei a koe?
Kia ora, Damon. So sorry, what is the total at the end of January in the GST account?
The total in the GST account currently, end of January.
Is it in the Feb reports or anything? In the bank account transaction reports? I didn't spy it, but
it's that $5,168.71. That's all that's currently in the GST account.
Right.
So the other amounts that he's noted at the top, the 1, 2, 3, 4 amounts there, they are currently sitting in our maintenance account. The maintenance account balance is currently $19,096.07. Are there other queries, whānau? Kapai Nadia, see your hand there.
Hi, aroha mai, thank you. Hey, I just received a text from Auntie Jen. Her computer crashed out and she was quite keen to join to listen in on the financials, particularly the GST. As a solution, am I allowed to screenshot this and send it to her and then dial her in from my phone?
Yeah, makes good sense.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you.
Are there other queries? Because if I think about what's due to go into the account, I think what Rawiri is saying is that we don't have that amount that is listed there currently in our maintenance account where the GST was being put. You know, if you add up, that's 20, that's 31,000, it's nearly 30, well, that's what he said at the top page. It's around $31,000. Ngā huia, I see your hand up, and then we'll come to Mina. Ngā huia, kei a koe.
Oh, just a part-time. Just in terms of the GST component, I think when we had hui last year, was it my understanding that the committee was not GST registered at the time?
At the time, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But of course, yeah, we've had to go through that process, so we've done that. We're now GST registered. Okay,
so then that will be hence why the 30+ K in terms of the GST. Kapai?
Yes, Pika.
Okay. Kia ora.
All right, Mina, kei a koe?
I just said, so we were GST registered from the outset of being a trust. Is that not right? Just want to clarify that.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Kapai. So that was in prior to the start of the renovations.
That's right. Yeah, we had to do all
So
of that.
back in, yeah, so back in 2020, we became a GST registered entity. However, we never had a GST bank account or suffix account until more recent months
Kia ora.
in 2021.
Yeah.
Right, so that was that one. And so I'm still a little bit lost about, so we're saying these figures from February 21 to Jan 22, they were GST returns made, or are they GST amounts held in the maintenance account still?
GST amounts held in the maintenance account still. That's my understanding, yeah.
So we're saying then that the balance of the maintenance accounts as of the end of January 22 is, could you remind me, since we don't have the
the balance is $19,096.07.
Right, and that's because despite this money, these entries, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them being GST monies paid into the account, maintenance transactions have taken place from the same maintenance account where those GST monies were, hence why the balance is whatever it is at present day.
Yeah, yes, and if I add up the amounts from the 12th of October, 10th of August, 21 June, 9th February, the total is $33,046.22.
And so, am I also correct, just backtracking a bit from earlier in our conversation, where the Marlene raised the amount of 16,000 something, had it been paid out from the maintenance account back to GST or out, returned into? So
what we can say is from the project account.
Sorry, yes.
Yes, the project account where all of that putia is. The project account owes the GST account $16,000. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Are there any other queries, Whānau? I know that we've got a bit of tidying up to do inside the GST, and we've. If I think about that, we still got to, we've got 16,000 that's got to come out of our project account into the GST account, which will leave a balance of about 17,000 that's got to come from the maintenance account into the GST account, which would leave around about, say, 2,000, a balance of 2,000 in the maintenance account. So it's just a bit of transferring of putia to balance up the GST account and to balance up our maintenance account, because the maintenance account has effectively been the holding account for GST till such time that we opened up that GST account. So any other queries? Any other partai? Nadia, I think if we just let Auntie Jenny know that if she did have any other queries, because we're not, this is just for our information, but if she did have any other queries, just to email us directly or email Toroanui directly. Gmail. Okay, so there wasn't any, we weren't going to, that was really just for us in terms of the financials to understand where we are, what our position is. The only other thing is that we have applied for our last drawdown. Minna, did you want to just speak to that quickly in terms of the PGF project? Well, it's relevant to finance.
I'll just come back to I had a query about this current finance GST overview. So what do we need to pay or keep in the maintenance account for future use, for what the maintenance account is, serves?
Yeah, good question. I'll put that to Rawiri and see, what we need to have that account for. So, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what we need in that account, but I'll check with them. Okay, if there aren't any other queries in regards to GST, and I would say that by the March report, we'd have that a little bit more tidied up, or better tidied up. We'll be able to give a little bit more explanation about what that looks like at the moment, or in March, which is only, of course, our next meeting is only 3 weeks away.
Okay, kia ora. Oh, where's my hand?
Oh yeah,
Can you see my hand?
I know, but we can hear you. Kōrero mai.
I just want to say, to remind myself, because all these GST thingies in, out, or what, are they're very scary for me. And I have said in our huis before, don't talk about the GST. Leave the GST money to pay for the GST that we're going to owe, rather than borrow it to buy something else. Can we just hear this? Hey, the GST balances out itself. But if we're going to start chipping at it, eating it, well, it's not going. We're going to get in trouble. So can we just be mindful and don't even look at it? Leave it to pay for itself. Oosh. That's all. I just would like us to remember that. I don't care how we want a new pot or what. Too bad. Wait. Kia ora.
Ka pai. Kia ora. The only time that we've had to do that was that we didn't have enough money to pay our invoice because for Pepper Construction, because we were waiting for the drawdown from MB, and we used part of that. We paid 16,000 to Pepper to pay half of the bill, and that was GST. So that's the only time we've done that, but it's not good practice, and we don't want to do that again, and we won't have to, given that now we'll have our pūtea. We're just waiting for the 4th instalment drawdown. It'll be all there, so we won't need to do that again. So kia ora koe whakaari here.
Oh, ka pai. So does that mean, is that the partai that query that Marlene had earlier on, and
That's
then
right.
also has that been put back?
That's right. Not yet, but that's what we got to tidy up. But yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
all right.
You got it.
Okay, kia ora, mate.
Ka pai, Marlene, did you have a query or partai? I just saw your hand, but not sure if you wanted to say something. Kei a koe.
I know that's been covered now.
Oh yeah, kia ora. Thank you, Marlene. Okay, so that's the GST, and it was good to have that report. We're just gaining a little bit of clarity around that, so I'll talk further with Rawiri about that. Now, just one last thing, and I just want to share a screen, and that's our insurances. So now with our works being pushed out, and it's likely that our PGF works won't be now complete until the end of April, which we'll discuss in GB coming up, we have to make some decisions about our insurance cover. Now, our insurance, as you can see there, that we've got option 1 and option 2, which is likely that option 2 is going to be our selection, but we need to ensure we've got our contract works insurance covered, which is a total of $696.66. So that's we need to move and make a decision about that. And also we've got liability insurance, which is an annual payment fee, and that is due to be paid as well at $490. Crombie Lockwood has recommended that we pay the annual payment, but at the end of works we cancel that insurance and we will get a refund based on a pro rata specifications. So the first thing is that we need to move that we are happy to pay the extension, which, you know, if I think about our insurances, we've paid, in terms of the contract works, we've paid quite a bit of money, but because of the time factors of $696.66, that takes us through to the end of April. And then we need the liability insurance as well to pay, which we will get a refund on, which I guess would only cost us maybe $100 in total once we get the refund back. But yeah, that's where we are at the moment in terms of our insurances. Do I have any questions just on that before we move on? Okay, is someone happy to move that we opt for option 2? Ka pai anti Colleen, and someone to second. Ka pai ngā huia. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'll just double check here. We'll just insurance extend. Here we go. We'll just launch now the poll. So if you could just Whānau, just fill out the poll in terms of your approval for option 2. Minna, you had a question?
Yeah, sorry, I cut off before, sorry. Just with regards to, well, we're doing the poll. So that's $1,000 odd to be paid this week, next week, and then part of that $490 will be refunded at the end of April. Can I just suggest that we get just a reminder that that has happened? Don't want it to be like our phone being disconnected and staying on for longer than it needed to.
Yeah, ka pai. Okay. All right, we're nearly there, whānau, on the poll. So we've got 12. Ka pai. Okay. I think that's us. Okay. And here are the results. I'll just share that with you now. So we've got 12 aye. So that's wonderful. Thank you very much. All right. Now we're going to go to the liability insurance because we just need to treat them both differently. So could I have a, sorry, we didn't, could I have a mover to move that? We're happy to pay that to Colleen and the seconder, ngā huia. And I'll just put the poll up again for this one. And there we go. Ka pai whānau, if you could fill that out, I'll just check the chat. Oh yeah, ka pai anti Colleen there, that's good. Right, just a couple more whānau on our one more to go on the poll. All right, ka pai. Thank you, whānau. That's wonderful. So I'll just share the results, and there we go. Ka pai, thank you for that. So that's approved, so we can arrange payment for that next week. Okay, so next now we're going to go to our whare in our kōrero. So in our agenda, we have firstly Te Rangi Ka Puia. So I wondered if either Faye or Kui Whakaari here, whānau who are at the papakainga, are you able to speak to the damage that was done to the bank, or even Patrick, the damage that was done to the bank behind the Rangi Ka Puia?
Hey, how do you do that? Yes. Patrick, you going to do this, Pat?
I Kui, he's going to. I've just started him.
Ka pai.
Aroha mai.
Ka pai, Pat.
Right. Toroanui marae. So first and foremost, tēnā koe whānau, love you all. So on Toroa the marae, every morning when I went to go and catch up with our koe and our karawa, see how they're going, make sure they're okay. Is that better? Yes. So my first task was to check our tupuna whares on the marae and to see if there's been any water inside and any overflows coming around or inside our marae houses. And then I would make my way down to Rangi Ka Puia, and I'd have a look inside the Rangi Ka Puia as well. And there has been no flood go through the Rangi Ka Puia at all whatsoever. So the kaita pai, and I would carry on and I'd go across the bridge over the other side, and I'd be looking down in the awa, and I have a look here to make sure our eels are all good. That's Kate Pai. And from that stage, I walked down to catch a Raukui by the bridge. Where are you, Auntie? And I'd catch up with her. So I observed the awa to make sure it was looking after what needed to be done down there. And at the beginning, I kite pai, but as the days moved on and the water started rising and to me, that's when it became an emergency for all of us back home here at the Parihaka. And we went into how do you say that, Damon? We went into an emergency response. Civil defense. Yes, correct. And from that point on, all the parihaka were involved, and we come together to Sorry.
Carry on.
Yes. So we went into emergency defense, and we put our teams together, and we had a plan put in place by the papakainga. And so from that point on, we were set tasks to do to make it all safe for everybody back home here at Parihaka. So we got on and done the best that we could, give everybody safety in that time. And now our mahi go out to our whānau outside the gate in your aroha. We felt your love back home here in our whares. Rangi ka pui is Kate Pai. So that's what happened then. And we're in the process of going right now, and we're looking out the window right now, and it's starting to come up, the level of water starting to come up already. So we're concentrating on that journey again, but we had the experience from the last one. So we've prepared the marae and our tipuna whares and our whānau whares. Everything is fingers. I have faith that it's going to work out better this time for us all. Any questions, please?
Pat, how's the bank behind?
Right. So behind the bank, there were boulders in the river on the Kapuia side. They have been washed away. It is a concern for us that I feel our tipuna actually put those boulders there back in the day. And they also, I was led to believe the army, our kaumatua that were in the army back in the day, put the concrete in with the bridges where you go across. And I was so pleased that was there. My thought was going, if that wasn't there, we just would have washed straight into the Rangi Kapuia. So, I felt really good at that. But in saying that too, we have to be careful about the bridge. But we're happy with that right now. The rocks, we'll have to revisit it once we come together again. We can open up. So I'll keep monitoring it, Damon, every day when I can. If I can't get out there, so aroha mai whānau, we'll do a work. Did a walk with Nukes also. We went down there and had a look, and we talked about the wharipaku. We saw some stone hoses going down into the awa. So we had a look, and there was some concrete drums down there as well. And we had to do some research into what was actually happening. So back in the day again, the hoses were there at the awa to suck water back up. I'm not too sure it was the old steel tanks they had for water back in those days. So we come to that conclusion. I think it would have been like that then. And we also entered the pump shed up at the wharipaku, and we saw this old pump in there, and he goes, that's going back a few years. But that's Kate Pai. So he's going to lay some more security fences up there so no one can go behind the Rangi Kapuia. And the idea is to put it from the wharipaku all the way to Rangi Kapuia. so no one can enter behind there. And on the other side of the bridge, that had been done by Whare and his crew. They brought in some fences, so they blocked that all off as well, so no one can enter and go that way. Also, our contractors cleaned up they pulled out the trees that need to be pulled out, so it doesn't wash down to the bridge anymore. So we're taking out those as well, and our crews were sent out to pull all the fences away from the awa as well, and so that doesn't wash down and block the bridge as well, and nothing gets trapped in there. So they've done all of that now. So I enjoyed the aroha and the manakitanga, the naungatanga, catching up with our whānau, unga hau e pā, around the Aotearoa, nera, how can we help you? How can we help you? And it just, and not forgetting our farming community as well. You know, they had their issues and no bridge to get across with their tractors or tamir. So at the district council, I think it was from Harwood or somewhere down there, they just done a little bit of a patch up so they get one lot of traffic to go across the bridge. Yeah, and they were so pleased so they can get their tractor across, but no heavy trucks. No milk tankers or heavy trucks were allowed to go across. No school buses or tamir. But we were able to put them into little cars. They could go across the bridge and go to school. They were really appreciated that as well. And that's all I can add at this stage, whānau. And we will work together, come together, and we'll just keep going. Aye,
ka pai,
Aye.
Pat.
Kia ora.
Just to go back to the toilets, Pat, the toilets have been closed, eh?
That's correct, yes. So I locked them up. I got hold of Damon and oh, sorry. Yes, sorry, Damon, I am talking to you. And yeah, so that's locked up. Yes, and the process now after we get through this weather, we've done septic tank checks. We had them come on site, check all our whares on the marae at the lower where the water was coming up to their whares and tamir. So they've done all of that as well, and some had to be emptied, some were okay. So that was kate pie, that was all good. So we're all ready. So for me and Faye right now, we've been packing up our emergency bags, ready to load onto our walkers. So time comes, we have to get out of here. We will move. That's it, whānau. That's where we are right now.
Ka pai, Pat.
Kia pai, Damon?
Yeah.
Hi, kia ora, kia ora. The bank, yep, the dirt that was holding the roots and some of the rocks together has been washed away. So thereby, I guess, a few of the rocks as well. So, you know, that's the job that we have to do in hand, for Rangikapuia, is shore up the back. That's what they said a few months last year.
Aye.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
that has to. Now is the right time to get it done. Whilst it's all clean and you can see where the rocks need to go. That's that. The second thing, and tautoking all what Patrick has said, up to the fencing, the extra fencing that was required to block off the back of Kapui so that we don't go around the back there. So I don't know where I'm going to chuck the grass now. That came from Beep and Sue Robinson.
Aye.
That came from Beep and Sue Robinson. But the Taranaki iwi gang that were here helping, they carried it across and they put it up. There is one more available. They had just had one more available. I saw that lying in the grass. Now, I want to talk about that fencing because I'm very aware, as we all should be, every day, week, month that goes by, that fence is standing up there and keeping us out. We have to pay. We have to hire that stuff. And that hasn't come into I haven't seen that as a bill yet, but it's coming. So my thing is, Damon, rather than block off in front where it is on the bridge side of Kapui, swing that stuff across to Mahikuare is done, but to the side where the walkway, because that is all that becomes the workspace, neha, inside Toroanui and the workspace, and where they're going to dig the drain in front of Toroanui. I'm just saying, for the sake of cost and making more costs that we cannot afford, we have to do things differently. So have a look at changing up the location of that fence, construction fence, given most of their work is inside.
Ai, ka pai. Kia ora. Nadia, kai a koe?
Thank you, Damon. Yeah, I just first of all wanted to mihi to Cousin Patrick for the update, and all of our whānau and non-whānau who supported from around the motu as well. Patrick, I know that for a wee while, you've been pushing for a former civil defence emergency plan for our papakainga. So I trust that the PPT will take that into consideration now, and us as a marae. The other thing I just wanted to add, and it's a perspective from Mairangi, she watching the footage from Oakura, it was hard to see because it was hard to get to our whānau, including i tōku mama. But she was safe, and but the most important thing is that over the last few days, her voice has come back to life, and that's because of all of the mahi that's been done around her. Now, she hasn't seen that many people pulling together on our papakainga in many, many years. And she's been on that papakainga, for as long as she has been. So I just, something good is coming out of this, and something good has come out of this. And it's just a testament that at the end of the day, when S hits the fan for our papakainga, how we can all pull it together. And actually her new catchphrase is, we're all in this together. I had the task of having to tell her a few days ago that if things got too rough, we were going to bring her into town. So that was one less person for our papakainga to have to worry about. And she was adamant that she was staying put because she was insisted on the fact that we're all in this together. So I just wanted to mihi to all of our whānau who pulled together to help at this point in time. Thank you.
Ka pai, Nadia. Me ngā huia. Patai?
Oh, yes, I just wanted to tautoko Nadia in her kōrero. But thank you, Uncle, in terms of all your ma'i back home. We appreciate that from down here in Punike too, noting that we couldn't come back home to also tautoko and help in terms of the civil defence emergency plan, or what that may look like. So that just alerted me again in terms of looking at another risk assessment, scoping for the back of Te Rangi Kapuia and the health and safety risks that are there. We all know that there are definitely risks there, and it's just come to the forefront again in terms of the past week's weather. So yeah, it's just where to from here, how we're gonna ensure that we mitigate any risks back home. and ensuring that we also get the right support and guidance, wherever that may be, from the councils or the experts or those ones who are in the infrastructure scene too. So I just wanted to mihi to all of our whānau back home, and definitely it's a good start, Uncle, to and make sure you and Auntie get your safety packs ready, and all of our other wānau on the papakainga too, around home. But yeah, definitely there to tautoko and Cousin Damon when need be, in terms of looking at doing the civil defence emergency plans like Uncle suggested too. And I know, no doubt with the PPT, wānau on board of that too. So coming together as one to utilise our skill sets or come and share kōrero and understanding in terms of how we can help awha. Ka pai, that's me.
Kia ora, tēnā koe ngā hui, tēnā koutou. Mihi ana ki a koe Pat whai, o koutou manaakitanga, o koutou tiakitanga, o koutou aroa ki te papakainga. So thank you for the report, and yeah, he mihi ana ki a koutou. Te mahi kuare, I just wanted to bring up the flooring at the front of the mahi kuare, and what plans do we have? Because there's quite a lot of timber there. I know that initially we were looking to bury the flooring because it's the floorboards and the subfloor structure has in a way held our tupapaku during tangis since it was built. And so the whakaaro was that we look at trying to bury it, but it's a lot of timber, whānau. It's a lot of timber, and I just want to put that out in terms of what thoughts or ideas that whānau have. I see Auntie Shona's hand up. Kai a koe, Auntie Shona, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, Damon. There, you're right. There's a lot of wood. It'll take up a lot of space to bury it. And it's going to take a bit to burn it. Now, when the carpet and the underfelt was pulled out of the mahi kuare, the underfelt was actually thrown into a skip bin. Now, we're talking about the wood. I mean, pariaka is meant to be spiritual. That's how Tohu and Te Whiti left it for us. There's not meant to be any tapu there for any of us. So that wood in the mahi kuare has done its job. It's served its purpose. It's held, yes, like you say, our two papakus and everything. But why can't we just put it into a skip, do a karakia and send it on its way?
Ka pai, Auntie Shona. Koe whakaari here, see your hand up. Kai a koe?
Yeah, kia ora, Shona. Ka pai, tautoko I tō kōrero. That's the one. That's today's things. Whakatapu I ngā mea katoa. Ko tahi nui te mea hei whakatapu, ko te runga rawa, ko te kingi o ngā kingi, te ariki o ngā riki. No more, no less.
Right.
That's what Tohu and Te Whiti showed. Our old people come down to us. Oh, ko ahua ko titi tātou. But I tautoko what you're saying, Shona.
Thank
so
you,
let's
Auntie.
find it.
Thank you.
Ka pai. Any other thoughts on that whānau? Kia ora, Faye. Kai a koe? You're still on mute, Faye.
I just wanted to add that we've had a lot of whānau here that are interested in that, you know, to take it off our hands and utilise it any way they like. They're just waiting to see what the decision is of Toroanui. Kia ora.
Ka pai, Faye. Any other kōrero? Kai a koe mina, hand up, I see. Kia ora.
Like that, yeah. I just wanted to say that, you know, whatever is decided here, like we decided many months ago to bury it, because there was a digger available to dig the hole, which would put all the trees, etc., from Te Pai in the spot that was allocated. So I just wanted to remind us of that, whatever we decide, but that burying it, no matter what the quantity, given there's plenty more coming from Te Pai's neck of the woods, was always allocated to go down there, and that a digger, that's the fencing digger that Te Pai has in operation for its mahi, was always going to do that. So just saying out loud, really.
Ka pai Aunty Shona, kōrero mai.
Okay, if the whānau want the wood, would much of it be taken away, or would there be only a certain amount going out?
They'll take the whole lot if they can.
Look,
And if we're going to wait for Te Pai, how long are we going to wait? Is it just going to sit there waiting? There's been a lot of interest.
yeah, I agree, Faith. Let them take it.
Ka pai koe whakaari here, did you have some more to say?
No. Yeah, no, I just wanted to add to that. Again, what Shona's saying. Yeah, anybody wants that wood, you take the lot. That's all I got to say, not pick and choose. Just saying.
Okay, ka pai, are there any other kōrero on that whānau? Nadia,
Happy to support that.
ka pai Aunty Jenny?
Yeah, I'm happy to support that it be given to people who can use it.
Okay, ka pai. All right, ka pai Aunty Colleen, yeah. Kaya manaki koe tō o ngā manuhiri. Kia ora. You're on mute.
Yeah, then aroha mai, because I know I was leaving the thingy running in another room because you talked about the path, and that the date that I had in my diary was the 26th of February.
Yes.
Now, Shona and thing that 26th of February now, and all the queers know too, is that it's supposed to be the unveiling for, or taking the Kauematia Baba over to Whakatane. So if that doesn't go ahead, then, you know, my suggestion is we stick with our doing the path. But if the Kauemati is definitely happy, well, we'll have to find another date. That's all I wanted to say, Whānau.
Kia ora.
Ka pai?
Aye.
So I'll just love and leave you for now then.
Kia ora.
You can come back to me about what date we landed on.
Yes, they will be back in touch. Aye. Mihi ana. So just back to the floorboards. Looks like people of whānau are happy that the timber be used and taken. So I just want to then move a motion that we that the floorboards are offered to whānau, and that they come to collect them, and we go from there. And the sooner the better, I reckon. Sooner the better, that we can, if we can get rid of them soon as, that'll be great. Of course, depending how the next couple of weeks go, but otherwise. So do I have a mover? Someone like to move that for us? And do I have a seconder? So that's Aunty Shona will move, and a seconder, ka pai Maya. And all those in favour, if I can just have, wait on, I'll just have to create a quick poll here, whānau. So that won't take me too long. And then I'll just share it out to you. Just bear with me. So floorboards of the mahi kuare to be okay, ka pai.
Recording in progress.
Stay and save. So back to our hui. Okay, so I'm just going to bring up now the poll for us to vote on, and Launch, there you go, whānau, if you can just vote.
All boards of Maiki be taken by whānau.
Okay. Is there one more? We've got one more vote there, or we're nearly there? Yep, that's us whānau. So I'll just share now with you the results. Ka pai, so that's 12 aye and 1 abstain. So that's yeah, if we can arrange for those floorboards to be picked up over these next few weeks, just wait to see how our next few days go. But yeah, I think the sooner the better. So mihi ana ki a koutou. Okay, so we've had now our whare updates, our marae whare updates. We've also had a report in terms of the papakainga regarding our flooding and works that have been done to date. Koe Whakaari here, did you have anything more that you wanted to add in regards to PPT?
No, I really can't think of anything else except that there's been a massive change within the PPT trust with our new chairperson, who is very receptive of the skills that she has around her, in utilising those, being open to utilising the skills at the table. And that is a massive embracing. The people at the table, we just need to keep offering up our skills. Because it's not about one person, although one person can shut a door. It's about the wellness of Parihaka. And I think it's everybody is in a real great space. Even through all this flood, it seems ridiculous, but everybody is in such a happy mood, you know, working together mood is awesome. Absolutely, as already been said, Bueno, but we'll see, and all these things, of course, will always continue if everybody can focus forward instead of no tuara. You got something to say, bring it to the meeting, and that's all, you know. And we just need to keep that up. I'm not saying that's what's happening now, but I'm just saying, let's not go there. You got something to say, bring it to the hui. Kanohi ki te kanohi. And because it's a lot of work to be done, not by just the PPT, but by everyone, Like I say, our old people lived here, there was no PPT. And they had floods, but never as bad as this one. And they had to keep the waterways clean themselves. They never had bloody diggers and stuff, wheelbarrows. They had to get in and do it with their own hands. So, you know, we've been really spoiled in the last 50 or so years. Yeah. So we need to look forward, and let's go together. It's lovely. This rain is awesome for us. Wash away all the mamai and all the kino, all the piro. Yay. Bring it on. Sorry.
Ka pai koe whakaari here, mihi ana ki a koe. Thank you for that. Okay, whānau, we're going to mihi ana ki a koe, Tania. No mai koe, haro mai koe. Mina, hand, kōrero mai.
Yes, please. I just wanted one other thing that came up at the PPT hui recently was that, so I understand that when following the hui where Chrissy was voted in as our PPT rep, so 5 December hui, that would have been, that so I understand that we advised PPT that we had changed our rep in like 9 December, and they requested at that time before Christmas that they received the minutes, and then later asked for the advert to show that the Pānui had gone into the paper. And here, at our last hui, which was only a week or two ago, they hadn't received anything. And I'm just wondering why there's been a 2-month lag of getting those minutes and the paperwork process so Chrissy can be put to the Māori Land Court and rubber stamped. So currently she doesn't represent us because she's not technically on the board of trustees, PPT, as per the Māori Land Court. And so that's been a two and a bit month hold up there. So I just want to know, has that been done so that at least Chrissy can be formally, you know, paperwork be formalised?
Lena, did you want to speak to that? Lena, are you kapai?
Can you hear me?
Ai, kōrero mai.
So Rachel has received the advertisement, and yes, there has been a delay in regards to getting the paperwork, as after the hui, I was out of the office. I went into whānau Christmas mode. However, I've had a discussion with the PPT, and they advised that it was Katie Pie, so to speak. However, I do have a red flag that I want to raise in regards to our PPT rep. How practical is it to have a PPT rep that works night shift? How can they attend? Because it's a big time commitment. And how can they attend huis when they do night shifts? And also, I was under the understanding that a PPT rep can attend huis, however, they cannot vote until they're registered. Is that correct?
Yeah, te ka koe. Yes.
And
yeah.
I'm also, whānau, available via email and phone call. You can ask me anything you want and I'll reply. I'm approachable.
So all of that documentation's gone. It's ready to be, she's ready to be registered?
Yes.
Okay, ka pai. Nadia, I see your hand. You have a
yeah, thank you. No, I think one of the questions I did have might have already been answered in terms of Chrissy being allowed to still sit at the table. She just didn't have any voting rights, but she was able to contribute to the discussion and help shape the decision-making process. She just didn't have any voting rights, so I'm not sure if she attended any of those hui. And the other thing I did want to also mention was that when before we had that discussion around night shift and what that meant in terms of time commitment, and Chrissy was comfortable with what was expected of her as a Toroanui representative on the PPT at the time. Yeah.
Ka pai, kia ora. Shona, Auntie Shona, kōrero mai.
Yeah, Damon, I've had a kōrero with Chrissy, and she seems to be quite adamant that she'll be able to do a good job for us for Toroanui with the PPT.
Ka pai, kia ora. Okay, so the big one for us is just that we've got the documentation that they need, because there is quite a process to go through, which, you know, in effect could hold up, well, not hold up, but decisions will be made, and Toroanui won't be able to have a voice in that vote, apart from koe whakarehias. So the documentation is there, and Chrissy is able to fulfil her obligation. So, yeah, that'll be great. Ka pai, Mina, kōrero mai.
Oh yeah, just on the last point you just made, Damon. So technically Chrissy can't vote and she can contribute to a discussion, but technically Colleen can still vote because she's not removed from our serving as Toroanui rep until the Land Court has processed the changes.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Okay, so we're going to move on now from PPT whānau, and now we're into item number 11 on our agenda, which was our Toroanui Marae Project Interface Report. And there we go. Just sharing now whānau, can you see that document there? The one with our Toroanui Marae Project Interface Report. So, yeah, we met with Jeremy Pepper Construction on the 8th of February. We had requested a meeting a lot earlier, but hadn't had a response, and it took about 2 weeks for us to get in front of a computer to meet and discuss our next steps. So where we are currently at is that what we know is that the works now are going to be pushed out to the end of April. And given the recent flooding, etc., that could put a delay on works as well. So that's the first thing that we know. The second thing is that on the 22nd of December last year, Minna and I met on site with Pepper Construction to go through the rest of our works to request variations on some of the works that we had, and those variations arrived to us prior to our meeting on the 8th of February. I think they arrived to us like the 3rd of February. So, so we have now received our quotes for our works and variations that we have moving forward. Our next job is to prioritise what those variations are, and also the costs that are associated with the quotes that we got, in order to keep within our budget, which is the key part of our kōrero. As we went through our variations and costings, one of the priorities that arose straight away was the damp stopping of the Toroanui walls, which of course we wanted to have done. That would also ensure that water doesn't get through the concrete walls that would affect the ortex that's going to be put up in our Toroanui kitchen. And that was one of the items that we wanted to prioritise and have given approval, so that the team could start to work on the rest of the projects that we've got there. You will recall that from our previous meetings, we always had drainage as one of our major priorities, and that was around our the way that we hold our water to be drained out to the river. And we started to look at different options around a temporary drainage solution, with the fact that we're looking at that aligned to the Becker spatial plan for Parihaka Papakainga, that also aligned to conversations that we had with the Kawe Papakainga and the PPT in regards to how might the PPT be able to support the drainage works for Toroanui, Parihaka Papakainga. With the recent events and conversations that Minna and I have had, we feel as though we have a good case to put forward in regards to the PPT addressing some of the drainage problems for us. We still have to meet and discuss with PPT around that. And meantime, we've looked at what are some of the other priorities that we need to look at for our PGF works, so we can confirm what those are, so that we can put the the forward schedule in place and get our works done and completed. The plan is that work starts this Monday, and given what will happen over the next few days, that will determine when works will start. Nukes, as Patrick referred to, has been on site Thursday to have a look at and give an assessment on the Toroanui and the mahi kuare. So we're yet to hear back from Nukes about that. And yeah, I mean, it's just for us, we just want to get our marae back and just get us back into operating order. So Minna, is there anything more to add to that summary, if you like?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I guess a little bit of unpacking. So because our last hui was in early December, we, Damon and I met, at our November hui, we had we discussed the revised drainage options. Remember, it was that little diagram with the colours and what have you. And so our revised approach, which was, in short, to do mahi kuare, to do a water tank solution of some description and a revamped smaller drainage solution to get water from the side of Toroanui out to the existing drain. That's what we agreed to put forward, and that's what we asked of Pepper in December 22nd-ish for variations. So those variations only came in on the 3rd or 4th of February. So a long delay time. And as such, I just want to put something in the chat so everyone can have a look at it themselves. Damon, it'd be quite good if you leave that up there. So, because some of the things on that current slide, but if everyone wants to have a look at the Pepper document in the chat, you can open it on your own systems. These are the variations that we put through. Can everyone access that? Or perhaps, Damon, we might come back to the slide, and if you share the one that's in the chat.
Yeah, kapai. I'm just opening it now, and then I'll share. Okay. I'll share that with everyone. Oh yeah, kapai Minna.
So, I'll wait for it to start sharing. Here we go. So in that, you can see, so the yellow column is our, Damon and I's kind of thinking around the variation costs. Essentially, that middle column, which totals 72,000, are the quotes that came back. And we had estimated it to be 30,000 odd, because that's how much money we had left in our budget to address all the remaining things. And so they've come back and some whopping price increases. Some, we expected a 20% markup for materials and supplies, but some had like $3,000 added on to the costs. So the yellow column falls within our remaining budget. That's really what I wanted to bring to our attention. And so that is feasibly what we can afford to do. The ones that are struck out, in that middle column, thanks, Steve, all of those include the drainage solutions we talked to, including mahi kuare, what goes around mahi kuare. So that one there, thanks, Damon, that was originally $5,000 odd. It's now almost $9,000, and we just can't afford it. But that's where our decision making needs to come into play as to, I think there's definitely a case, because in November our kind of rationale was that we decided we'd do what we can as an interim, but that PPT should bear the brunt of the rest of our drainage solutions, which was going to cost $150,000. And so I think we put all of our $150,000 worth, which is the rain garden, which doesn't appear on here because we're proposing not to do the rain garden still, and all these current rainwater catchment or anything to do with drainage in here that's been struck off,
we put all those over to PPT and the solution they put in place before winter. And that's open for discussion. I was really just doing numbers as to what we can do and what we can't do financially. And then as you see, the very last entry, so Pepper is charging us $7,500 almost as additional time for over the original contract period for the safety fencing. And they're not budging on that. Thoughts?
All right, ka pai mana, thank you for that. Yeah, kei a koe Nadia? I see your hand up.
Yep, that around the fencing costs, that raises the point that Auntie Whakaara here made, given that a lot of the work is now inside, do we even need that extra cost of the fencing? My other question is, if we were to take out the drainage around Ma'i Kuare, what does that mean? And what effect does that have on Ma'i Kuare?
Ka pai. So in regards to the security fencing, because it's a site, it's a construction site, the whole site then becomes potentially a health hazard. So we'd have to talk to Pepper about what that looks like. Mina, do you want to?
Yeah. Just to be clear, that fencing cost for $7,425,000. Excuse me. That's for the downtime that was already happened, not to change it up. It's to, so that's, if we do any go beyond April, for example, they may still come back to us and say, oh no, sorry, just correct me if I'm wrong, Damon, this variation list here, this document is for the end of April, That's our kind of working plan, Yes, so correct. Anything else we do, like relocating existing fencing won't incur any costs. But this $7,000 figure is to cover the extension from the additional 3 months, 3 or so months.
Can I also add that we put this fencing cost, extra cost, we put that to MB in regards to the time factor that it took for them to get money to us, the stop and start nature of the project, etc. But they weren't going to budge on. They didn't budge on that for us. So yeah, ka pai.
Thank you. And just my second question around what risks, if we were to take out, what risk would that pose for Ma'i Kuare?
Yeah, so the proposed drainage plan for Mahi Kuare in terms of the drainage around the outside and collecting of the water, that whole idea of that is to stop water from collecting underneath the whare and then creating rising dam. So I guess in a way it was us trying to divert the water that runs down to the Mahi Kuare, to direct it over towards the rain garden and then down out towards the outlet pipe to the river. So in effect, it's, I mean, we've got underfloor insulation, we've got a new subfloor structure. I mean, that might help, but really we want to try to divert that water in the long term. I think initially it may not pose a problem, but we would still like that to be addressed. Mina, kei a koe?
Yeah, and that's true. And the other thing to bear in mind is that whatever, if we were to do the Mahi Kuare solution, which is the almost $9,000 worth, that requires it being piped to a rain garden or similar. So that means we would have to put in place either an interim rain garden solution, which I'm just looking at the that list. Which one is it, Damon? So that means, we would have to do.
The Mahi Kuare is number. Oh, wait on.
103 drainage around Mahi Kuare. That went up from 5,000. But in order for that to work and successfully drain water off, it needs to have 104 done as well, as, there's another one down here.
And we asked them to quote on a sump as well, Mina, to hold that water.
So, and that would then mean, there's another one, the 6,000. No, not the, sorry, I just can't find it in there.
And then we thought there was going to be about another extra 3 grand.
102. So to do mahi kuare, we'd also have to do 102 and have to do 10 something else. Yeah. So yeah,
okay,
a hard one.
Yeah, and I guess just if there's if in the short term, in the interim, we should be okay. But for a long term solution, would need to revisit that, eh?
Yes, and he's taking that to PPT, and Kawe Papakainga would be a good next step for us, or good approach. Because as Mina said, it's got a flow on. It's not just the drainage around the mahi kuare. We have to have all the other things in place in order for it to work. Nā ngā huia, and then we'll come to Maya. Ka pai, kei a koe ngā huia.
Oh, kia ora. I just wanted to just check and clarify in terms of the drainage, Mina, was that included in the PPT infrastructure, or is this separate?
So the PPT infrastructure, the report that Maya referred to earlier in the hui, the calibre report was done 2017 as an initial, it needs infrastructure work done, here's an estimate, you know, kind of thing. And then that was recently part of that, or the kind of the bones of it were also being revisited, because with a view to the te whare, the visitor centre. So whatever was put up with the visitor centre had to work with the overall infrastructural plan. You know, they're the two kind of things that have been in play. So to date, nothing has been done about our infrastructure, you know, like as per our needs at this point in time. I think if anything, I'm not saying that PPT hasn't done the best it can do, but I think there's been a lot of distractions, but I think the flooding has kind of honed everyone's attention into the need. And so, yeah, so that the current state of play with infrastructure across the Papakainga was always going to be reworked or, you know, refigured in this new kind of time and place, 22. And so as Damon said, in late 21, we met, Damon and I met with, and Whakaari here as PPT rep, met with the Kawe Papakainga, which is the group subcommittee associated with things infrastructure from the PPT. And we really pressed time is that, you know, we're doing this because we bear the brunt of all the drainage issues on the Papakainga because we're the lower sitting marae. And so, and they acknowledged that. And so the cost at that time, this was in December, oh no, even earlier, November maybe, it was estimated the quotes we had received from Pepper at that time were $150,000 worth. And we couldn't afford it. We had $30,000 to do drainage. So our request to PPT then was like, we need it fixed, whether you fix it elsewhere so it doesn't impact us here, but we need to be able to put in place something. And at the time, our interim plan was to do mahi kuare and then do either fix our existing water tank or get a larger, bigger one and reroute our spouting. And that all of that came to $33,000 odd, which is what we had to spare.
That's the one in the yellow.
Yeah, well, this is the new list. The one in the yellow was the new list, and it excludes all the drainage. Have gone up. I just want to draw your attention to CTC 112, David, if you can highlight that. They quoted us $15,000 for a new 30,000 litre tank installed.
And that was through Pepper.
Yeah, and so we have to use Pepper because they're the contractor approved by the funder.
Okay, so because Pepper's only approved by the funder, we can't initiate somebody in to come and do the fencings because to be realistic, their costings, just out the gate. But anyway, so in terms of Pepper, because they're the actual project lead, we can't actually go out and maybe check in with any uri or any wano to come in and, you know, quote us a fencing cost and things for those who are in those spaces.
Correct.
So that's a no.
Yeah.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
And which is why the yellow column shows what we can afford, that what is within scope as per the quotes of our construction partner. That's what we can afford. I'm not saying we have to, but that's the decision we need to come to so that they can start work on an agreed schedule of works.
Okay. And can I, sorry, just also ask, when is their Pepper construction, when is their deadline or their contract, when does it end?
Well, it was supposed to end originally in October, November last year, and then with COVID, and then now with this flooding, it's just become extended out, which is also, as you'll see earlier, all the extension of the insurances that we had to do. So that's not covered by the funding either. So all of these things, we're going to the end of April is the working schedule for the now, unless there's a weather event this weekend creates further delays. So yeah, it would be useful if we came to a conclusion today as to what we feel is appropriate to go ahead with so they can get going and get done and out of there.
Because
ngā hui, Maya, and then we go to Koe Whakaarea. Kai a koe, Maya?
Oh, kia ora whānau. You know, what I find quite unbelievable about this is that MBI refused to accept some type of responsibility in delaying the progress payments, because that's really affected the ability to pay Peppers, which is now pushed out the contract. You know, that is a lot of power for them to wield and to control. The Papakainga or Toroanui, and I'm assuming the other marae were affected as well, as receiving progress payments for Peppers to progress. So thank you for your patience, because that would have just, I would have been pretty.
It was a very stressful time, Maya, because at the same time we had invoices and money owing to Pepper, who was owing to contractors. So
That's right. Just one more point to add, Maya, to further Damon's cordial, was that we had to, Pepper refused to come on site until we paid them. So as we would have seen in Rawari's Treasury report about the GST, $56,000 went out in December, because that was the amount owed to Pepper since the end of September, October. And then the delay with MB and the administration, and it was purely administration. They just didn't have enough people on the ground to process the claims coming in. That's what, so they said, we're not doing anything until you pay us. And so it wasn't until December 10 that we got the payment, and then we paid them. And then they said, well, it's Christmas now. And I get it, because it is. So yeah, so that's why we're in the position we're in. And MB did apologise profusely. We had a hui with a senior advisor in the department, but they had said, we cannot give you any more money. It's just, we can't.
Well, I personally wouldn't accept that. I think Toroanui should invoice them interest on the non-payment of that final progress payment, because what they've done is they've put a noose around us. And the critical work, the infrastructure, I mean, I can see that we've got the 9,000 for the kitchen window, but the critical works around mahi kuare, the rain garden, it's if the Papakainga don't come to the party, how does that impact Toroanui in getting the rain garden so that we can actually finish off Toroanui and mahi kuare? Surely the works on mahi kuare can be done by whānau. And the reason I'm saying this is because the report I gave to the Papakainga was a report that I had Calibre and BTW do in 2017. But prior to that, an infrastructure study had been done maybe 9 years earlier. So we used that original map 9 years ago to do the stormwater report for Upukamutu. So what I'm saying is that the report that Becca provided, surely there's some way to negotiate with Peppers that part of the work is signed off and then the rest of the work is farmed out to our contractors who mobilised the Parihaka in the past 5 days to kick into damage control to set up our water prevention controls for the floods that are coming through this weekend. Yeah, I'm just frustrated. It was disheartening to see all that water. And my first question to Patrick when I called him was, how's Toroanui looking, after asking how the Papakai now Kaumātua are looking? So, yeah, thank you for persevering with this. That work that needs to be done around Toroanui is vital, and how we can get it over the line with no money, well, I guess that's just going to take a bit more problem solving. I just wanted to share that.
Kia ora. And I'd just like to say, I've just done a quick mental tally of all drainage things in the middle column. It's around $41,000, which we don't have. We only have 30 odd, 32 or 33. But the column in the middle of everything drainage only takes us to 41. And that doesn't include the fencing. So it's 48, let's say $50,000 to do just drainage and the fencing costs.
I'll see Kui Whakaari, his hand up, then Faye, and then Nadia. Kui Whakaari here.
Well, what I, hang on a minute, you better remind me, well, what do you want us to say? Well, what did you put this up for again? Remind me, because I'm lost in all the kōrero.
Yeah, so that we can approve the yellow column.
Yellow
column of works. You can see the ones that have been struck off. We can't afford those, but we can afford the ones in the yellow column.
Okay, well, hang on a minute. So the yellow, okay. Okay, we need to pack up some of these things that we know, and you've touched on, Maya, in my opinion, like holding MBI to task. We'll park that up. We won't forget it. We'll just put it aside for now. And we need to just finish our whare. That's all. I personally, I'm not going to be bothered about the drainage. I don't want to talk anymore about the drainage, because I now think that Mina and I and Damon and Kōtiro can all fight, and it won't be a fight like we would have had last month, because Tuhiao can see. She was there in all that flood water. And that's her thing, the environment. So that's not going to be a big fight to get some money out and pay for getting this drainage sorted. So I don't want us to be awanga-wanga about awanga about that. But yet, because we don't have any income. Without the table and the bell, we got no money coming in. So enough with the spending and finish Toroanui. Finish Toroanui. Mahi kuares, all finish apart from the hanging up. That's all that money's there, I believe, to hang up. And then it's just the drain. The drains go to PPT, finish the rest of the work so we can have some money coming in. We got no money. We can't be penhonoring outside the gate forever. What is our contribution? Now, we need to fix Toroanui so that the people can come home to the bell, so that we can have this back up. Pūtea. And if we have to wait a little bit, we'll wait. It's all good. Me whakapono tātou ki te kaupapa I waiho te ake e tohu rawa ko te whiti. Me a tātou tūpuna. That's where it is. Never mind about, just take what we have and divvy it out, PPT, mau tēnā, hei utu, and mā tātou tēnei hei whakatutuki. But don't ask for any more. Deal with what we have.
Ka pai koe whakaara hia. Mihi
All
ana.
good.
Whai,
Kia ora.
kia ora koe.
Oh, kia ora. I was actually looking at CTC 114 and 115. So the 114 has been taken off.
Ka pai,
Toroanui veranda to flatten. It does retain water on the top.
Yes. Yeah.
So and I'd imagine you all knew that, but how would that affect the LED lighting if you just forget about the water that's sitting on the top?
Yeah. Kia ora, ka pai whai. Good point. Did you want to add any more, Faye?
No.
Ka pai.
No.
Okay. Nadia, ko koe?
Hi, yes, thank you. And particularly, you know, to those of you who have been engrossed in this project and all the hoha beyond our control that's surrounding this. And I'm going to support whatever our final, whatever the solution is here, whatever's recommended by way of a motion. So happy to go with that. And at a later date, I would suggest that we do escalate this issue with MB. Yep, totally agree. Just get on it, crack on and do it. But at a later date, we escalate it because that's a senior advisor we're dealing with there. We can take that higher. We can take it up to a leadership point, and to the point where the leadership within MB have constantly validated themselves by saying that they have a good relationship with Pariaka. We should really call them on that at a later date. But agree with Auntie Whakario, let's crack on and let's crack on and do it, because we are all missing our marae. And if we just get done what needs to get done with what we can afford, and then deal with MB at a later date. But I also just really want to stress how appreciative of the mahi that you've done around all of this. It hasn't been an easy feat.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Maya, and then we've got Auntie Jenny.
So then if we forget about the drainage, do we also just cut back to a concrete floor, don't finish off the walls, and leave it bare and raw and just get that running?
No. Can I explain? Can I explain what I mean?
I ask this because without the drainage, you can't finish off the wet proofing for the internal walls being finished for the Ortex, and then the floor to go down. So you can't have one without the other. So you either have to cut it out completely.
I'd just like to jump in here. I know you've got a whakaara here, but I'd just like to say in response to that, Maya, which I think is a good option. However, all those items, the vinyl, the Ortex, the da-da-da-da-da, have been approved as, you know, as part of the contract. So we can't backtrack on that. The Ortex has been ordered. It's sitting in the dining room itself. So we can't go backwards on a vinyl floor.
No, sorry. No, sorry for the mislead. The things that you've got to carry on, that Peppers can carry on doing the things that right there under their nose, under our nose, except for the things that we can't afford them to. Because we just need to have this conversation with the PPT and secure. Now, I'll leave that there, because the hope is that we will secure a funding from them to get the drainage done. But what I'm saying, I think, is that, no, we need to hurry up, finish off with Peppers. Sorry, Peppers, we can't afford the rest of this, so do all that you can, finish with you, goodbye, and then pick up with the PPT, which we've already started, and then maybe ring up to whomever, as you say, whanaunga, drain diggers, come and put the drains in. I don't mean that, and I don't know, that's only how I'm thinking, Kari. I'm not a drain person, but I know some people that could have done it for less than what they're asking, way less. E hoi anō. It's, yeah, tērā noiho. That's what I think. Can we, I sort of want to get rid of peppers. I want them to finish what they can do and what we've got there to do, the floor, the whatever, and as best they can, the drain or where they can get to, and then cut it off, finish, and go home. Leave us, and we'll sort this out, find the money from somewhere, and get the rest finished in time. I don't want to hold on to peppers anymore. I don't want them in here playing stupid games with us. We already got enough with MB.
Right.
We just need to shut it down and come back and take control of our own self.
Kia ora. Apai.
I don't know if it can be done. That's all I'm asking, to be done.
All right. Auntie Jenny, and then we'll come to Maya. You're on mute, Auntie Jenny.
Right. The kitchen window removal, the first one on the very top, it's gone from 6,000 to 9,000, and it's the yellow one we're worried about, isn't it? Is that right?
Yeah.
When it was first mooted to put the extractor fan in that area, it was said that we would do it. And it certainly wouldn't cost $9,000 to take the window out and before the extractor fan was put in there. And the other one I'd like $9,000. Why so expensive? What does that job entail?
Hi, Jennifer. I can respond to that. So that $9,000 is a revised one that we're still waiting to come in because they didn't do the correct measures for us on the 3rd of February quote. But that kitchen window removal is to remove the window, store it elsewhere for us to later put in wherever we want it to when we get a permit. It was also to line the window, the opening left by the window for the extractor fan to come in. And then it also includes a full wall of that side of the kitchen in stainless steel paneling so that it's easy to clean, and that will go around behind the hobs and also around the extractor. And that's what it costed. The $6,000 quote that they gave us initially on the 3rd of February was for an aluminium casing for only half the, only under the window, the width of the window, which just didn't make sense. So they didn't actually follow our brief, which was to quote to do the whole wall. And so that's why we've allocated, they said it would double the part of this paneling, so that we've estimated it to be 9, which was kind of within their time, in their estimate. So we, so that's what that's for.
What about the replacement of the existing kitchen French door frame? Whereabouts is that one?
113. That's the one between the kitchen and wharerumu, or the corridor and then onto the wharerumu, and that's all rotten away, the framing. And because it is the an inside-outside door, even though it's within that lean-to bit or that covered bit at the back, it's not going to hold up for another any other rain or anything, because it's all rotting away from the wood frame and the, what do you call them, the hinges, they're all rusting. So that's what that's for.
Can that not wait until later on? Is that so important? That's a $4,000 what is it, $4,000 saving we could do there to leave it till later on.
And then do what with it? The $4,000 saving. I mean, there was good suggestions, don't get me wrong.
Well, we could do it later on. We don't need to do it. We got no, everybody's saying we've got no money, so It doesn't have to be done. That law doesn't have to be done.
No, but what do we use the $4,400 on? What do we spend it on instead?
Do we have to spend it?
Yes.
Can't we?
We don't spend it. They don't get it. No one gets it. MB keeps it.
So
Bearing
there-
in mind that all the drainage stuff are interconnected. To do one, you have to do the other. You can do some of the drainage, but you have to do more than just one piece of drainage. So the example previously was Mahi Kuare, the 8,000 odd, $9,000 there, 8,965, CTC 103. That requires having a partial rain garden in place as well as, which then means CTC 102 has to be done as well. So that then becomes $15,000.
Okay.
Right, other queries, Auntie? Auntie Jenny? Okay. Ka pai, Maya, kai a koe, and then Lena will come to you.
My question is, can you realistically finish off Toroanui, like finish the floor? So I notice here you can't grind it. So how does it affect laying the vinyl? My question is, do you strip it back to as it is, finish it to get it operating to bring in money? But can you realistically do that without Pepper signing off on the contract?
Good questions. So the CTC 114 grind Toroanui veranda to flatten. So that's the veranda. So not the interior floor. That's already covered as per the vinyl and the wall bits. They're already part and parcel of the money allocated. These are the remaining money, which was always intended to be drainage, but now the drainage is $72,000 worth, 50,000, sorry. So what we can do, going back to, I think it was your question, Faye, which is a good one. So CTC 114, grind Toroanui veranda to flatten it out so water doesn't pool in there. We can, at a stretch, if we're willing to pay of our own money, $500 odd worth, we can at a stretch bring that in. So that then becomes, it's a little bit over $33,000, but we can, if we're happy to pay the balance of $500 odd, we can bring that into the yellow column list. And that way, Toroanui will be done completely.
Can we still, can the public go on to Toroanui when the site is still a construction zone? I mean, is that a discussion that needs to be had as well?
For what purpose the public to go on? Is it to utilise the body?
If we follow on Koe Whakaria's kōrero, so she wants Toroanui finished, irrespective of the drainage. So looking at that viewpoint, can Toroanui be finished off and would it be approved for public access without the drainage? I mean, you can't have one without the other. So what is the solution? You know, maybe that's a discussion that needs to be had in another, well, not this week because we're trying to eliminate costs. Do we need that kitchen window removed, that $9,000, or do we leave it there because we've already covered off our vinyl?
So yes, I'll just jump in there, Maya, because yes, we do, because that's where the extractor fan that we've bought already and is sitting in the kitchen needs to go in, into that space.
So that's critical, 9,000.
Yeah. Well, that includes, sorry, that's the window removal, it's the stainless steel lining, it's the stainless steel interior window hole being covered, it's an external cover, weatherboard, for weatherproofing, you know, so there's a number of things in that, not just move a window out.
Ka pai Maya, do you have anything further before we go to Lena?
Nope.
Lena, kai a koe?
Kia ora, yep, no, Maya just touched on my question was in regards to 114. So where was that $4,000? Right, that $4,000. So CTC 113, is that critical?
Carolina, like I said to Auntie Jennifer, when she asked the same question, it's that, oh sorry, she asked about the other one too, but the French, oh no, it was that one, sorry, 113.
3.
Yeah. So that was the door that's rotting that needs to be replaced because it's kind of just hanging in there, and it's the door between the kitchen and the covered walkway into the whareumu. And a question that I did have, which is, you know, if that's what we decide to do, is to remove that cost, then where do we allocate? What else do we bring into our $33,000 worth?
That doorway, is it the frameway when you walk out of the kitchen into the middle to go to the warimu? Is it that frame?
Yes, and the
Yeah.
doors, not just the frame, and the doors to get them re-hung or re-fixed.
And
Yeah.
is that caused because the spouting was blocking up and that from all that leaking that used to happen, or that water? Is that why it's rotten?
A bit of both, but I think it was also it's for a number of years the hinges would have rusted, and so it's never hung properly. So it's kind of just kept pulling at the door frame, the surrounding frame.
And that costs $4,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question for where is it? 114. Is it a safety hazard?
114. Okay, so that's out on
The
Toroanui.
verandas are flattened, so like we're going to have a nice new building, and then the veranda concrete is going to be the same.
So that veranda grinding, there's a part where the way it was laid, you know, back in the day, but also in its current grinding that was preparing it for its final surfacing. There's a natural pooling there, so it needs to be just ground down a little so that it kind of channels off and doesn't sit there. So currently what happens when it rains is that there's a section that remains damp and slippery because it doesn't drain anywhere, it just sits there.
So it's a safety risk.
Yeah. It's not an aesthetic only, it's really just to make sure it drains away, and it's just kind of, if you can imagine, it's not going to gouge a hole or a channel to the edge of the veranda, it's more so going to just smooth it out so it does just drift off, you know, gradient down.
Okay.
Any
Out of
further?
the two, being the veranda and the doorway, what's more critical?
Sorry, I missed the start. Out of the what and the what, sorry?
Sorry, so out of the grinding the veranda and the doorway, what more of a priority?
I would say the door, because it's our main structural door, even though, you know, between the two whare, and it is rotting and falling off. So, I mean, they're not so much of a muchness, but it's like, you know, what do we spend the money on otherwise? If we save that 4,400 or the 1,300, but if we save the 4,400 for 113, what do we spend it on instead?
Oh yeah, and we can only spend it on what is in this variation summary table.
No, we can spend it on something else, but it has to be within the scope of the original funding agreement works. So it can't be, let's go buy, and I'm making this up, a Bay Marie. You know, we can't do that with the 4,400.
Okay.
Ka pai, kia ora. Auntie Jenny, did you have your hand up?
Yeah. If we had to choose, Lena, between what you wanted, the door at the back there going out of the kitchen into that alleyway, or the what is
Fine,
it?
the 114.
Yeah, I think it would be more important to do the veranda, because those doors, I don't think I've ever seen them closed. They just don't get used. They're just there because they're there. That's all.
Kapai, and I just wanted to remind us too that I did say, after someone mentioned it, I think it was Faye, that I went back and we can afford to do both, the grind and the French door framing, etc., if we're prepared to pay $500 from our own pūtea to do both. But that's a good point, Jennifer. If we don't want to do that door, we don't have to. So then my question still becomes, what are we spending that $4,400 on?
$114.
That was, so we can do 114 in the current yellow list. It means we need to subsidise it by $500 ourselves.
Yeah, but we cannot subsidise because our priority is paying GSTA, and we don't get any income. So how can we subsidise? Can we go 114 and then put the rest onto the doors, and then is there a possibility of using some of the pūtea that the funding committee are getting for the kitchen stuff, and to put the rest on to the door frame? Is that a possibility? Like all those fundings that the fundraising committee have applied for the kitchen, because they're actually not specifically tagged to certain kind of things. I don't know. That's Natalie's forte. But could we do that?
So do what? Can you just recap that briefly, the suggestion?
All right, suggestion is to cross out the doorway, then do 114, and with the leftover money, just leave it there and see if there's something from all the fundraising applications that can maybe help complete the door a little bit later.
Got it. So the 4,400, we can ask Pippa to do a small version of that. I just don't know if they'll, they might say, well, we can take the doors off and fix the frame. That might be $2,000, for example. Let's just say
that's
that.
Good.
Sorry?
That's a good one.
I'm just, based on your whakaaro here. And then that means that's cool. And we do the grind the veranda. So we can do that. And if there's any little bit of money left over and we can't allocate it somewhere, then it doesn't get spent. We can't hold it and put it in another pūtea. It has to be spent on this work through our construction partner. That's what I think.
Oh, right.
So if we don't spend it here, we can't save it for another rainy day. We can do some of the work, and then hopefully any other funding we get can finish it.
Now, I see Kui Whakaari has her hand up. So, Lena, do you have anything further? So clarity. Let's do the 114.
Aye.
And with the leftover money, the suggestion is that we look at possibly the frame for the French doors, and then install the French doors at a later date with some fundraising pūtea.
Aye, because with the framing, we're taking care of the structure to the building, And we're also taking care of the health and safety issues with the water sitting on the front veranda. However, that we're going to lose out on some money, I think. So carry on talking and I'll just keep looking at the table.
Kui Whakaari here had a question.
I got a bit, yeah, no, I get what this is. It's pretty tricky when you're talking about these bloody money, and it's if we're sitting here pohara and all that, and yet we got a little stash at the back of in our back pocket. Bueno, okay. And so I will just tautoko that. I heard what you said before, Min, about that doorway thingy, but it's I think what that if we do just pull it, tidy it up, pull it out. If it's rotten, take it away, and then again in days in the future, we can make our money, do a fundraiser or whatever to get a door. You know, it replaced. But right now is to, and then you said, what do we then do with the money we were going to use for that door? Okay, well, well, right now I can't spend it, but I'm damn sure as the days and weeks go by, we're going to be wanting a little bit of more money to finish off the something else we didn't quite have enough money for. Surely it can be used as we go along. With the price increases, you know, this is ridiculous. We expect it to name it bigger and the price goes up as we go along. No. So I would do that and I would be happy to stand by that.
Kapai, so just while you were talking, I did a rejig of the figures and took the door out, the 4400 door. And that's with no, you know, jigging around and doing a framing, which we can do. But and the total is now just over $29,000. So there's about $4,000 obviously left to play with. So if we did do just the framing only, that would mean the doors would have no doors at the back. And if that's cool, then that will fit within our budget.
Pai Auntie Shona, kōrero mai.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with it. I think those doors could come in because we're coming into the winter month. I don't agree with not putting those doors in because yes, we are coming into the winter months. And yeah, you all know what it's like, that wind coming through that back. I don't think many of us would want to stand by the kitchen, by the hobs, and that wind coming through. As it is, even though those doors are there now, yes, you're right, Jenny, they're never closed. But that wind that comes through those back doors blows the gas, that hobs out. It blows the hobs out. And that's what causes all this, got to turn it up, turn it down, turn it up, turn it down. I don't agree. I think we should go ahead and put those doors in.
Pai Auntie Shona. Whai, kei a koe?
Just going off the track a little bit, but still staying within this. Mina, can you explain to me the shower diverter, please?
Sure. That's quite straightforward. So that shower diverter is like a little beading that's rounded, so like soft to stand on. That's going to be laid in the men's and women's toilet shower area, so that water doesn't go out into the sink or toilet. You know.
Is that mahi kuare or down below here?
Sorry, yes, mahi kuare.
Oh, kapai, kia ora.
So just with Auntie Shona's comment in regards to holding on to the doors, the French doors, stopping the wind. So any further conversation around that before we make a decision? Whānau, koe whakaari here, kei a koe?
Yeah, no. What ki te rā, Shona? Yes, sorry, I did forget about that. We're not. Yeah, you do have a point, but yeah. My plan wasn't to wait around too long for the winter, but never mind. Okay, tautoko what you've said,
Pai,
because the
Auntie
wind
Jenny,
does blow. Yeah, te rā noi ho. Kia ora rā.
pai koe whakaaria. Auntie Jenny?
Yeah, is there an urgency to have this money spent by a certain time?
We have to make a decision so that we can develop the forward schedule of works to a completion date.
And we don't know when the completion date is, do we?
End of April?
And that's for certain?
Well, no, nothing's for certain. Not
Well,
even floods.
can we not say to them, we're not too sure? Because like you're not certain, so we're not certain.
Well, this list is based on an end of April finish date. That's what they're working towards.
Heard so many different stories out there as to when we're going to be finished.
So, well, this is the story we're saying in our hui now, is that Pepper have come back with revised quotes for us to determine which we approve, and the end date they're looking at is the 30th of April.
I just want to say, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you I finished.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say, aroha mai, but this gets more and more sour the longer we wait, eh?
Yeah.
We don't have the pleasure of time on our hands. Every week we push this out, that costs us more money. The insurance, the bloody fence that's got to pay for. Every week we got to pay another highage fee, another highage fee. And so, no mind about, sorry, let's knock this on the head, get going. Yeah, that's all I got to say. We got to finish it, people. Whakamutua. Yeah. It'll be all right. It'll be all right.
Marlene, kei a koe?
I agree with Whakaari here. The more we delay and pussyfoot around, we're never going to get back to our whare. I think we just carry on with what the yellow's highlighted, get it over and done with. And worry about the drainage, you know, you can give the drainage to the PPT to pay for.
Pai. Kei any more kōrero?
Damon, when
Yes.
are they going to get rid of that rubbish?
Do you mean,
Along-
yeah, so that's going to be part of their works moving forward. So I'm not sure when, but we've had that discussion with them.
All right. Yeah, I think we just need to go ahead because we just want to get back. So we can all get together and discuss what we're going to do for the Rā Day, everything else. There's a lot of things out there we need to discuss. We need to discuss the COVID problems. We need to discuss the one-day thing. We're not getting nowhere. And if we don't hurry up, it's just going to keep going on and on and on. Next thing you know, we'll be next year.
All right, kia ora.
Why don't we just carry on? Just let them do what they have to do so we can get back.
Ka pai. So just based on our conversation in kōrero then, what I can hear is that we carry on with the works that we want to do. We can add in, as Mina outlined, we can add 114. We can grind down the Rānui veranda to flatten it, but we would need to look at our $500 coming from our maintenance account or coming from our Toroanui account. So those are the options.
Well, if you have to take 500, well, why not? If you have to take the 500, take it.
Yeah.
So we can just let us move.
Ka pai.
Kia ora.
Ka pai, Damon. So the new total, revised total, including grinding and keeping doors, is 33760.75.
Okay.
It's in the
Okay.
chat if you want to cut and paste it.
Yeah. All right. So at the moment, then what we're looking at is a motion that we accept the variations that are highlighted in yellow, including the Toroanui veranda, with the difference of that pūtea being paid by our Toroanui account. That's what you're saying?
Is that including those doors at the back or not?
Yes. Yeah, everything in the yellow. So we're going to include everything in the yellow that's highlighted. And we're going to include the veranda, but we know that we need to pay $500
Yes.
from our Toroanui account.
Yep. All right.
Okay, ka pai. So I'm just drafting up that now as a motion. Well, that's the motion. We're going to vote on that soon. So do I have a mover?
Aye.
Do I have a seconder?
Kia ora.
Ngā Huia, moved by Auntie Shona, seconded by Ngā Huia.
Ka pai.
And I'm just going to put up now, whānau, the poll, and make sure that we're clear about what that is asking us. So here is the poll. Variation approved as outlined, including CTC 114 approved, difference paid from our Toroanui account. That should be, but I've got it recorded as well. We're recording our hui as well. So if you can vote now, whānau. Okay, ka pai. There's the poll is completed. I'll share that with you now. There we go, 13 aye. So let's just get our mahi done. So thank you very much. That was a very valuable conversation moving forward. So tēnei te mihi, tēnā koutou. Okay, now I'm just aware of our time, and I know that we've been on since 10 and it's now 1:36 in the afternoon. So we've got a few more kaupapa to go through, but we could probably get through a few of these pretty quickly. He kitenga whakamua, number 12, that was the wānanga proposed by Colleen. So really we just need to get back to Colleen with the date as already discussed and explained. Auntie Jenny, did you want to speak to fundraising? Just on mute, Auntie Jenny.
Sorry, I'd like to speak with Natalie first, but we will get back to the committee.
Okay, ka pai.
We've got a couple of grants to go through.
Ka pai, did you want to give an update in regards to any grants that have been submitted over these last 2 months?
Well, we've not heard back from any of them as far as I know.
And what are we waiting for?
The DIA, that's not due until March. Next month, is it? January, February, March, yeah. That's for the 60,000.
Right, and that was already noted, the $60,000 that was in our minutes. So kia ora. I see Auntie Shona's got her hand up. Auntie Shona.
Excuse me, Damon, I have to leave you. I've got manuhiri coming in, so I have to leave the hui. So love you all and have a lovely day. Be safe over the weekend.
Auntie Shona, did you just want to mention Bubby Tawa's kawe mate, 26th of February, that's still going ahead?
No, sorry. We have had, there's been a change of the kawe mate and the ashes going back. The whānau has decided they've called it back for next weekend. And I'm sorry it's a late notice to everybody, but there's been a little bit of a little bit of wavering going on. It's between the whānau and Piki. So I think my niece is relinquishing and giving in to them, and we're looking at taking Bubby back on Friday and putting her down with her mother on Saturday. I think just wants it, Piki just wants it over and done with. There's a little bit of radu going on for her, so I'm sorry, I should have got back to you earlier, Damon, but I just finally got to talk to you yesterday in
Okay.
regards to what's happening. So, yeah, so that's
Right,
what's happening.
I'll have to give my apologies. We got Uncle Jeff Rawadi's unveiling on the 19th.
Yes, yes, I got the message from Linda, but yeah, I'm sorry, Whānau, but yeah, we were hoping for the 26th, but yeah, I think
Okay.
Piki just had enough.
Ka pai, kia ora. Ka
All
pai
right,
atu
son.
tāna. Aroha atu
Thank
ki
you.
a koutou. Love you
Thank
too.
you. Love you
Kia ora.
all. Bye.
Safe travels. Safe travels next weekend. Ka pai whānau. So now we're just moving into general business. And the first thing that we have is just around you have a part-time minute?
Oh, I do, but I see Whakaari here's hand up as well. Sorry, and
Oh.
she was before me.
Kui
Or is-
whakaari here?
Nope. All right, forget her then. So I just wanted to just back on the fundraising committee. So we met in January, myself, Natalie, Hariata and Jennifer, and we've scheduled a funding application calendar, which essentially has us applying for something every calendar month. And I just wanted to say that, really to let people know that that's where we're at. And so some of the key ones coming up in the very near future, in the next few months, is an Oranga Marae application, and that needs input from our whānau. So we were hoping that perhaps at the, oh gosh, I can't remember what it's called, Kitinga Whakamua plan session with Colleen, whenever that is, that could happen there, or if not, at the Pumaumau workshop series, which is another pānui I just wanted to bring to light. So just to say that there are a few things on our schedule, and for the fundraising committee, and the other things like the Pumaumau I can talk to later, and once you get through your, because it's on your agenda, GB agenda already, ka pai.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kia ora, ka pai. Okay, whānau, our, just the first item on general business was around the extractor fan in regards to the repair of the fan and having that operational. So we are looking to get that fixed and take responsibility for that, which means that by fixing the fan, we also would void our warranty. So we just have to be aware that by fixing the fan, we void the warranty, and that will mean we will have to be accountable for that. So that's, I just wanted to let whānau know that. COVID tikanga, so we've spoken a little bit about that. Mina has provided the link to that, which came from the Te Kāhui I Pānui. And as already mentioned, that Toroanui marae will govern and decide what that will look like for us. So at our March hui, we will have that available for whānau. We will send that out to whānau so that we can develop what that tikanga is going to look like for us. I guess the other part of this kōrero is having been involved with some tangihanga where COVID traffic lights have been put in place, where the tangihanga guidelines have been put in place, and other whānau that have had involvement around the COVID space and having to manage a tangihanga, having to manage bubbles, etc. All of that expertise and knowledge will be important for us moving forward. So we will get those guidelines sent out to everybody as soon as we can. The next item was around whakapai te papa and a working bee, which is looking more like the beginning of May. So we will be in correspondence with whānau around that, and given to the availability of whānau and people to come and support and help. Once we set our date, then we can get that out to people, which would include, of course, skip bins, and also a deep clean of the inside of the buildings. And Mina, did you want to mention what we were looking or putting forward to, or funding for that.
Okay. So, Damien, do you want to bring up that last, the document we were just looking at, that PNG of the yellow column? Because I've just listed in there at the very bottom in blue. So one thing that MB did support, even though it was slightly off kaupapa, but we found the words for them to accept it, yeah, that bit, was that the remaining portion of our funding agreement contingency is 5424.79. So we gave them suggestions of how that should be spent, including the photo hanging system, which they said, oh no, that's not, that we said that wasn't acceptable or eligible. When we met with the senior advisor in late December, they changed their mind and said, okay, we'll allow that. And so what we also included in it is the, let me just, I can't quite see your screen. Here we go.
Stainless steel bench.
Yeah, there was a little bit of money that was couldn't be put into anywhere else. So that was one of the suggestions, was to use a stainless steel bench, because we are, as per this yellow list, demoing the existing bench top that's in the kitchen currently. So that was the rationale to buy a stainless steel version. And so they accepted that as part of our contingency B, as well as this hire of 2 large skip bins from Hayden Press in Oakura, and a range of cleaning products for a deep clean of the marae, i.e. top to bottom, every inch of it, not just where we last were, you know. And so that was quite a substantial amount for, I think it was like $800, $900 of cleaning products, and it can be anything, we can, or not. So that's how we've managed to be able to bring those in. That does mean we don't have a contingency, but essentially what they agreed to was that we could drop something off our current list if there was a real, you know, urgent, had to change, or the cost for the grinding of Toroanui went up a little bit. So we could, for example, drop that off, not ideal, but that might cover any overspend if there was one. But suffice to say, David and I are going to be watching it very, very carefully to make sure it is only what it is and nothing more. And that also we've had, not troubles, but we've had issues in the past with Pepper undertaking work and then doing it incorrectly and then charging us to fix it back to how it was supposed to be. And a case in point was the Toroanui panels for the Ortex in the interior dining room wall panels. They put the beading at the wrong side instead of up below, they put it on top. And so it was like, no, we're not paying for you to return that to how it's supposed to be. So that was my last bit on that.
Ka pai, kia ora mina. So as I said, the scheduled date, we will book that in, and we'll plan towards that. Now, the only other item I had here is Pū Mau. So Minna, did you want to speak to Pū Mau, Takawai and Chrissy?
Yeah, that's right. So we've had that scheduled as a wānanga for March 26th and the 27th. It's the only date that Takawai and Chris, his wife, have available for us. And so what I'll also do is I'm also going to chuck something in the chat since we don't, here we go. And here's an overview of, yeah, I think it's uploading now. Yeah, of Te Pū Mau weekend wānanga. So Saturday, Sunday, all day. We can stay over if we want. It's not required, but it might be a neat thing to do. And it just gives you a brief overview of the, what does he call it? Nationhood Building Wānanga series. And you feel free to download it and look through it yourselves. So we have received funding from TSB to do this weekend in March, and then 4 one-day follow-up dates. And as you see, there's a whole range of things that it covers, and I think it would be really good for us, you know, to get together. And obviously it may not be at Toroanui, since it's in the end of March, because we'll still be working on the marae. So maybe we could do it at Te Pai Pai or somewhere else central. But I think the key to it is that it offers some really great content and discussion points for us as a whānau and a community in Mōrehu. So there's no cost to us, but we will probably need to put in place some kind of registration, like just names and confirmed names, because I know a few other whānau members from the wider Papakainga and Whānui have expressed interest in coming to this one in particular, as part of Parihaka. So if people want to come, then they can, but if they think they may not, then it'll be really nice to let us know so that we can kind of confirm catering. Sorry, that also includes catering costs that we got funding for. And one of the things I'd like to suggest is that we perhaps give a koha to whānau to run our kitchen so that we can all be in on the hui, those who are able to come to the hui. That's one suggestion I had.
Kapai, thank you, Mina. Now, whānau, that's all I had on my general business. Is there anything that people wanted to raise before we finish our hui?
I do have one more, but I just said.
Oh, okay. Kui Whakaara here, did you want to raise anything? And then Lena after that?
Oh no, I just tautokuing that kōrero there about getting some of our other whānau in to do the catering while we sit in a hui. Otherwise, it's not going to happen, eh? We won't gain much because a lot of, we just won't. So I'm just tautokuing what Minas just said. Like an example, just off the top of my head, I would like to ask the pōtaka or puniho or oakura whānau if they can come and look after the kitchen while we sit down in this hui. Te rā ahua. Maybe others, but.
Kapai, kia ora. Lena, kai a koe, and then Faye, we'll come to you. We'll go to Lena and then we'll come to Faye. Kapai, Lena.
Kia ora whānau, do you want to wait or have a discussion with Colleen, as she actually has previously discussed all of these concepts earlier as part of the He Kitinga Wakamua Wānanga. However, we haven't been able to come together to kōrero on this kaipapa. So she has stated previously, as part of the He Kitinga Wakamua, she could organise a pūmaumau event and get Kitty, I think her name is, from DIA, and she's already just kind of created some sort of structure, and she wanted to get others to cater so that everyone can sit together and wānanga properly about.
Just to respond, Lena, when Colleen spoke about pūmaumau, I think she was referring to the Ngāti Mutunga pūmaumau courses that have been run and that would be available to us.
Oh, okay.
So that's the first part. I think in regards to, and was always going to be part of the plan, or the bigger plan for us, that we would have our own pūmaumau available to our own whānau. So I think that's great. I think with Colleen, I think in terms of the wānanga and how the structure of our strategy might look, what we're doing is trying to achieve some of that with pūmaumau now. So I think with Colleen, it's just a matter of organising a date. It doesn't mean it'll hold up what we do with pūmaumau. I think we should just go ahead and do that anyway, which would only enrich Colleen's wānanga or proposed wānanga that she wants to run with us. So, I think that's a really good approach in how we go with that. So,
cool.
Faye, and then I'll come to Nadia. Kia koe, Faye.
Kia ora anō. My kōrero is in regards to the tables and forms, mattresses, pillows that are stored at or on the Pariaka X Block farmhouse. We're looking at about maybe the third week in March. The house is going to be renovated. So if you can all think about what your plans are so that everything can be removed. Is that okay?
Yeah, no,
Sold
I mean,
off or whatever we're going to do with them.
yeah, I mean, that's like our next, that's only like 2 weeks away, isn't it, Faye?
About third week in March, we're looking at painters coming in and
Oh yeah, third week. So we've got our
retrofit for window.
meeting. Our next meeting's on the 6th of March, our next hui marama.
Okay.
I think we need to put that on the agenda, and we should, we'll send out a pānui for feedback to the morehu to see what we might do with those tables, because the tables and the chairs, I mean, I think we discussed that it might be available to whānau if they wanted to either give a koha for them to collect. So if we can arrange that, I think that would be great. So the third week in March, and yeah, I'll just note that down, Faye. Thank you.
It's not a confirmed date, it's just what the contractors have given us so far. Yeah. We pushed out again due to COVID, but I just thought I'd let you be aware of what's going on over there. Patrick's also got a pātai, or?
Oh yeah, I'll put Pat in there. Pat, I'll come to you soon, but can I go to Nadia next?
Oh, yeah. I feel like I've pushed in. Anyway, Mairangi has in the past offered up her shed to store any of those types of things, so I can always check in with her to see if she's happy to continue to do that.
Yes, please. That would be lovely. Thank you, Nadia, as a temporary solution. Koe Whakaara here. Did I see your hand up? Oh, no. No, Kate Pai. Minna, and then I'll come to Pat, and then I'll come to Auntie Jenny. Kei a koe, Minna.
I've forgotten what I was going to say, but I think it was a different kaupapa. So I'll wait till all these ones are finished because we're still on the same moving start kaupapa.
Ka pai Pat, kei a koe, and then Auntie Jenny.
Talking about the remove that's got the go ahead, we can have the whānau come in and pick it up, correct? I'd like it to inform the PPT if you would, because I don't want to be waking up in the morning and there's someone's driven in at night time and the fences are all broken. I'd like to put it out there. Those that want the timber, the mare, is to go through the PPT and then because we got whānau over at the Pai and over to Niho. And, you know, I want to share it. I just don't want someone to come in and just take a whole lot and they come, oh, why don't you tell me or tell us? I hope we could share it to the maraes and let them do it, get the names, and then boom, boom, boom. Then they, I need a starting date when you say it might happen tomorrow. Who knows?
I know, ka pai Pat. So what my recommendation is that we keep it with us Toroanui marae, but we pānui out to our marae. And we CC PPT in, and any correspondence still comes back to us. And we have a record of who's come to collect what, so that it's not just a free for all and it gets a little bit messy. So,
thank you so much.
Ka pai Pat. All right, Auntie Jenny, I saw your hand up. Kei a koe, Auntie Jenny.
Yeah, I'd just like to say a thank you to Nadia. She recognised that I had somehow disappeared and I don't know what happened to my computer, but thank you, Nadia, because she kept me up to date on what was happening as best she could. Thank you.
I know how much you love the financials.
Ka pai, Auntie Jenny, mihi ana. Minna?
Ka pai, thank you. So the one kaupapa that we've been, I've got to share and to get feedback on is that we saw an opportunity as a committee to provide a pathway into employment for one of our community members. And so we really wanted to just sort of spell out what that could look like and if our community is in agreement on that. So through MSD, WINS, Ministry of Social Development, whatever they call themselves now, there's a mana and mahi work transition program, and one of our own, was interested in pursuing that, and so I've been working with that person to find that, get the details on it all. So essentially, it's a 2-year program where MSD will provide subsidised pūtea to transition a person through an educational program, but also part-time mahi. Part-time mahi would be for the trust, and the type of mahi is around business admin, and it's a range of things. It's not a secretariat, but it's like putting in place our systems, which we think would work in tandem with our operational tasks and getting our digital bits in a row. So the question really is that it fell by the wayside of MSD for a number of months because they just, a bit average. And so at least 9 or so months, 10 months, and then it came back around again and we kind of followed them up. And so they're happy to approve it. So what it means for us as a community though, is we need to find some money to support that person into a paid role. And it's for a 2-year period, but the aim is to create a long-term full-time role. And so what that means financially for Toroanui is that there are 2 things. We would need to find a solution to be an employer. The person would need to come under the trust. And we've figured as a committee, there are a couple of options there. And one of them is to have that person under the mantle of Te Kāhui, who do payroll and employee matters. And that's more so because we're not in a position, but we'd like to be able to, we can see how we would like to transition to that ourselves as a trust, as a committee, and that person in the role would probably be instrumental in helping to set that up, that transitional into being an employer, paperwork, etc., administration. And the second part is that we would need to be able to commit X amount of dollars, and my estimate is around 50 to 60 over the next 2 financial years. And we do know that there are funding initiatives that do support this, like DIA, COGS, but also community roles. And then I don't know the detail on this, but perhaps Damon or Nadia could explain how Te Kāhui have advised that there are some pūtea for admin that they're looking at providing. And that's how we think we could possibly cover the financial part of it.
Ka pai mena. So just to follow up, I've had a conversation with Wharehoka in regards to the potential employment side of things. And in principle, Wharehoka supports that, kaupapa. We just need to sit down and work out the detail. In regards to an administrational funding pool, last year, Wharehoka had mentioned that there was $15,000 available for admin. And recently, I think that has been increased due to the amount of money that had been generated through the investments that Te Kāhui has been making over these last few months. So what that requires us to do is to go and sit down with Wharehoka, go through the detail, and then work out how we might make it happen. So no, but he was very pleased to do that and have a look at that. So Nadia, did you want to add anything more to that in regards to the pūtea?
Kauri, I think you've covered it. Yeah.
And I know that at our last, or was it the 18th January, that Wharehoka had mentioned that that pūtea had grown.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
So it's just a matter of us now bringing Te Kāhui in, sitting down, but going through the detail. So that's what Whare has asked for as a next step. So ka pai, we'll go to Ngā Huia and come to you, Lena, after that. Ngā Huia?
Oh, ka pai. Thanks for sharing that, kōrero mina. Well, in terms of that's sort of like an internship or apprenticeship pathway, getting them into employment, correct?
Yes. And it's more of a, so there's a study portion as well. So over the 2 years, there's a required study portion section.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in a related area of studies.
Okay, and those are this initiative is more so for the whanaunga who wants to go into administration. Is that correct?
It can be anything, but this particular person highlighted that that would be what they'd be interested in, computing, admin, etc. And so that's what was put forward. So the same principle can be used for any other type of trade or sector.
Okay. I think just in terms of for the whanaunga who would like to maybe go into that is you know, buddy up with somebody already in those roles too, as you know, just like a learning curve, like the whanaunga might want to buddy up with whanaunga Lena and just observe in terms of moving forward into that pathway of administration. But that's a great initiative in terms of working with MSD and then looking at how we help support our wānau into these apprenticeships or trades training spaces, pathways, moving forward into a career. Ka pai. Thank you for sharing.
Pai ngā hui e kei a koe, Lena.
Yeah, ka pai. Yes, I'm very interested in buddying up with the designated whānau member in regards to setting up all these systems for the marae and the future. And I think it's a really great idea. I just question whether it's good timing at the moment. Prioritize, like, yeah, good idea, but is it a good timing right now? And it sounds like that repetitive pattern of the cart before the horse. And I remember when I first started and the whole Pepper's quote and scope stuff started, it was all that kōrero about the cart before the horse. And I said to myself, I would, as a committee member, I would not like us to enter that path again, because there's a lot of cart, but there's no horse. And also, do we want to become employers? All those kind of questions, eh? Just taku nei whakaaro, that's all.
Okay, ka pai. Mihi ana ki a koe, Lena. So I think in regards to the horse and the cart, it's probably that now we've gotten to a stage where we could, te kāhui might be, well, you know, they've already in principle have said, yeah, that's great. I mean, and they are encouraging that. I think from a Toroanui perspective, we just got to make sure that we've got funding and putia there available in order to fund the position. So, you know, we need to make sure we've got all our horses in a row. So, you know, we can make sure that we've done that. But in terms of the opportunity, it would be, you know, a great opportunity for whoever wanted to go into that role. And what it does do is it creates other opportunities for any more of our uri, which is long term and a great thing for us. So, yeah, mihi ana. Marlene, and then we'll come to Nadia. O Marlene, kei a koe.
I would personally prefer to upskill the people we have already without taking on any more.
Ka pai. Tika koe, we want our own uri to be upskilled so that they can support in the end our marae. So that's the goal. That is the goal. Nadia, kei a koe.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to tautoko Ngā Hui's suggestion of also having our whanaunga be mentored by our Toroanui secretary. And in terms of whether we do want to be employers, that's a conversation that we can afford to have later on down the track.
Ka pai. And Kui Whakaria, did I see your hand up? Did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, you did. And I changed my mind and I'm back again. Because I just remembered this kōrero that I had, I supported it some other time, some other hui. Oia no. I think the number one, rest assured this person is that it belongs to us, is here every 18 and every tangi. So kawe a wanga wanga, and we got to start somewhere. And the other good thing is that Te Kāhui is backing us. So it'll be all right, long as they're backing us. Ka pai tērā. Now, there's one more thing. I don't know about you fellas, but for me, if I want to teach somebody something, the teacher's got to be spot on. Okay? I'm very, very, very critical of ourselves. I am. And I'm hard on myself. So, yeah, no, well, anyway, I just hope we get this girl a good, someone with good principles, good technique, know the job thoroughly. Because, yeah, that's where we're going. We're not going into Kuangaro, going straight up. Ka pai. That's all. I don't know who we're getting to do what, but anyway, doesn't matter, long as we give it our best shot. Ka pai. Thank you. That's all I got to say.
Right. Kia ora. So, in principle, are we then happy that we move forward with this wonderful kaupapa? I mean, I don't think we need to move or motion anything, but I think we just need an indication from our whānau that are here that we're happy to move forward with our kaupapa.
Aye.
Yeah,
Well, I
ka
am.
pai. Thumbs
Put
up,
paper
hands up, ka pai.
Amen.
Kia ora.
I'm happy to move
Oh.
forward beside our trainee, not as a mentor as such, but as the secretary and admin, and just go through the journey alongside them.
Ka pai. Kia ora, Lena. Mina, you had a comment?
Yeah, no, I would like us to just formally move it so that we could show Te Kāhui
yes.
and MSD that it is
Okay.
one part of a formal minute. Thank you.
Okay, ka pai. I'll just draft that up for us now through our poll. Did I see Auntie Jenny's hand up? Auntie Jenny, kōrero mai.
Yeah, I'd just like to say here that COGS and DIA were mentioned. At the moment, we need what those outlets for whatever we can get for our pā. We don't need to go, this is the fundraising committee, we don't need to go and get grants from those organisations for something that is a new thing. So if you want to use Te Kāhui or, you know, Taranaki Kei Te Pai, just don't expect, I'm just being horrible here, the funding committee to go looking for grants to supply this because it's something new. We need to go looking for stuff at the moment for the park because we haven't got everything. It's going to take us a little while before we get what we need. You know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do get you, Jenny, and I totally what you're saying. But my understanding of this position, that's a pūtea that, or an avenue, a pathway, a passageway to mātauranga for our people, and that's a separate kōrero money altogether. That's what my understanding, because this is not new. This, when I was back in the day, this is what we used to do with the Crown money, PP or whatever the hell it was called. Yeah, no, this is an opportunity, and I think, yeah, we should take it. And okay, here we go. Sorry, but a few years ago, the University of Otago sent us up a person to help Parihaka to research. It's part of its history to do with the PPT, right? Now, the PPT from its beginnings is like us. Where's all our minutes since 1986? Where's all that stuff? Does anybody on this team know? Now, PPT from way back was exactly the same. It was at the chairman's house, at the secretary of the Times house, but no, well, she didn't give it to me, and all that carry on. this person here is going to make sure Toroanui stuff is in order. So that when wherever you move in the future, you've got the all your stuff catalogued right there to whoever is driving the bus. Doesn't matter what year, who the driver. The corridor, the history is written history of this place is there following you. So yeah, it's there. It can happen. Nothing to do with our tools on the marae, our kitchen or our drain. Yeah, I'm finished.
Ka pai. So just so we're clear, Lena?
Aloha mai, I just have a really just quick tātai. I'm just trying to figure out why I haven't been approached as Secretary Committee Officer or the minutes in regards to creating a paid role to scan and archive Toroanui marae hui minutes. No one's approached me, and I'd just like to know why. Why does it take a position and a this and a that when I've been here for over a year and these documents live with me? They live with me. I can scan, but no one's approached me. That's all. Nothing else.
Okay.
Kia ora, Lena.
Now, can I just say this? And correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to make sure we get this right. This kōtiro that's has been, she asked for help. She's doesn't have a job. So she's, I'm going to say on the dole. I don't even know. I'm making this up because these are the basis of positions for people. On the dole, don't have a job, on the dole, and want to learn. Now, those were the things. I believe that 2 other people were asked. I don't know further to that. Leave that there. Now, that is the reason why she became a priority. She came first. Nobody else was thought of because we can only do one step at a time. Doesn't mean to say, in my opinion, that she's going to go and nobody else is going to go down that track. Anybody else can go, but just wait, see how we handle this, see if we can make it work. And once the pattern is done, well, the door is wide open. But that was the thing. 1, she's on the dole. 2, she wants to learn. And 3, she's here every 18. And that's all. There was nothing personal about you, Kōtiro. But since you brought that up, I want to take your mind back when you first got this job. And I asked you to persevere with your Auntie Minna. That, no matter, her bloody voice gets on the grate on the ears. Oh, your ears want to fall off. But that's the perfect person for you to learn from. Well, you tried. I know you tried. I don't blame you for falling off. I know you tried. We're not.
Aloha mai, I wasn't coming from a personal perspective.
Well, it sounds like
I was just saying.
What about me?
I'm just saying, and yes, Nan, we're related. However, I'm not coming from that space. My question is, why isn't the admin of the trust being approached in regards to admin mahi? I'm on the dole. I want to learn. I come to Parihaka, but my point is saying that Secretary, Executive Officer has not been approached in regards to the admin. That's it. There's nothing personal. I'm just trying to understand why, because this is my learning for processes. That's all.
Okay, can I just add then, Lena?
Well, you keep learning.
Part of our role is that we show the initiative and we just do it. So then the question to you, Lena, is if you can scan and and we know that we need to archive our mahi and our notes and and everything. Can you explain why that hasn't been done yet? Did you need to be asked first?
So when we had a trustee hui in the Ngāti Te Piti office, this kōrero was spoken about briefly when Colleen and Kui Rita were trustees. And there was a kōrero that there's some tikanga around scanning previous minutes. And then that was it. That was all that was discussed. So there's a tikanga that comes with all those minutes.
I don't recall that. Did we minute that? And what was the tikanga?
Yes.
What was the tikanga?
Well, we were to well, for starters, well, what are the archive respect values, for instance? Because there was a lot of old kōrero. There's a lot of old kōrero in there, and I think it's only right to speak to all the kaumātuas that have been Nan Pauline's neighbours for all these decades to get their thoughts, because it's their kōrero. You know what?
Yeah.
That is why I have not gone there. That is why, out of respect for the kōrero that's in those minutes, because the first one I opened was about my own whānau and our whakapapa. And I did not feel comfortable, you know, do we want to scan it for all to see, so to speak? So there's those kind of things, you see. That's why I didn't go there.
Right. So then in regards to moving forward, then what would you like to happen? Do you want to scan them? Do you want to go through the process of talking to Koe and Karaua?
No, I would like to be part of the process of creating this. I would just like to be a part of the process so I can learn too, but I don't want to get paid for it. I just want to learn new skills to support me in my role and to help me grow. That's all.
So you raised about the scanning though, and the scanning in terms of that follow-up with Koe and Kaumātua, that can be done anytime. So you can do that anytime you like.
Can I?
Yeah, well, we could have done it and we could have put it in our hui. We could have contacted whānau face-to-face.
Yeah, I personally would like to have that kōrero on the marae, and like, for instance, to hear what Koe Mairangi's whakaaro is, and you know, all them, because that's all these for. Koe Rita.
Yeah, so let's organise that then. Let's not talk about it. Let's just do it. Let's organise it, and then let's get permission to scan, then scan the documents. I don't see that that's a problem. Otherwise, we're just looking for blockages and nothing gets done.
Oh yeah, aroha mai, that was not my intention.
Okay, ka pai. Well, kia ora. Thank you for raising that. Nadia, you had more of a kōrero to add?
Yeah, just very quickly, thank you. I think we were getting into some detail that we didn't need to. We have agreed that this is a wonderful opportunity. There is a funding source that's available to us in principle, and in terms of scanning, not scanning, it's more of an administrative function and a pathway to that. So out of respect for our whanaunga who is involved in this, we don't need to get into that detail today. In terms of, but to get in, no, and I'm not going to go down that track with the scanning. I'll be contradicting myself. This is a great opportunity. It's a great pathway for our for this person, opportunity, funding stream, and yes, if anything, quite rightly, it probably should, in terms of supporting and mentoring and partnering and budding, whatever you want to call it, probably should go through the secretariat, the table role, because that is their formal administrative person. And of course, I had offered also to support the secretariat in their role in some way. So any support that that I can offer, and Ngahui has also offered, to make this a positive experience for our whanaunga out of respect for that person whom I 150% support.
Sapai. Any further comments? All right, so what I'm going to do now, Faye, kei a koe.
Just to add to Lena's kōrero, I get it, Lena. Currently, what we're talking about now is what I am doing for the Pariaka X Block. So yeah, I believe you should have been asked, not just taken the initiative and just go ahead. Whereas I am there as administration support for the Pariaka X Block, and to do that mahi, yeah, I wouldn't have done it unless I was asked to. So I support you too in your kōrero. Fair enough. Kia ora.
Ka pai. We'll go to Kui Whakaari here, and then we'll go to Marlene.
Yeah. Sorry, Damon, but you know, I wasn't listening to the whole of this, but doesn't matter. I understand it's about archiving, starting off. Starting off these things through our archival stuff. Okay, I don't believe that that's the only thing that can be done. I mean, can push the archival side of stuff, leave it where it is. But there's something else that the same person can be done through the same process. We're just focusing on the job at hand. And that was because convenient right there under our noses. But there are other tasks that can be done. So that's all good.
Ka pai. Marlene, kei a koe.
I understand what you're saying about this role, but is there scope for training for me and Rawiri for the zero and things like that? Because I know we can go to Tania, but she doesn't have the time.
Ka pai. Good question. Good question, Marlene. So I think we need to look for other options around zero and how we can do the training. I think there might be some opportunities through Tandem Group that work with zero. So we'll search for places where we can do some more training. But my first port of call will be Dion at Tandem Group.
Okay.
Ka pai. Okay, anything more whānau to discuss around that kaupapa before we move the motion? Okay, ka pai. I'm going to share the poll now and make sure that we've got the wording right. Oh, wait on. Aroha mai, that's the PGF. Let's get the right poll. There we go. So we support the Mana and Mahi initiative and Te Kāhui o Taranaki in principle to become an employer and support our uri for 2 years during this program, with the caveat that we provide funding for employment of this position through external funding. Now, is that motion right? Does it need an amendment?
Yeah, Damon.
Ka pai.
Is this to employ? This is to employ something that we're going to be. I just want to get this right in my head. This is to employ somebody for this work.
Yeah. So yes, it is employment. It's employment. It's training. It's and there is putia that is paid to the employee. Sorry. So there is an aspect of this that requires us to provide funding to top up that putia. We still need to talk to Te Kāhui about the funding that they are looking to provide around administration, which could be also used.
Do you as a committee, do we as a committee want to become an employer?
I think that, yeah, I think that we need to do a lot of homework before we decide to do that. But I would say at this stage, no. I think that we need to make sure we've covered all our bases first and know what that means, because it does come with a lot of extra, if you like, mahi and requirements. So hence why we've gone to Te Kāhui and asked the question.
Yeah, that's putting us into a big hole here. It's okay for Te Kāhui to do what they want to do, but it's putting us in a big hole. I would rather just go with Lena, who's there at the moment, and as I said to her the first day she took the job on as our secretary, she asked, "Do you think I've done it right?" And I said to her, "I'll wait and tell you later on, Lena." You remember that, don't you, Lena? I accepted with Nahuia and the help of Nahuia and Nadia to be there to help Lena. It's not getting us into a bind of any type regarding employment. Providing those two are going to do it for Aroha, because that's where our history is in our secretary, in our minutes. That's where our history to Toroanui is. A lot of history wrapped up in there.
Yeah, I think for us, it will be working out the detail with Te Kāhui, so that's what we still need to do, and then provide for our whānau in March what that looks like for us, and where the funding streams will come from. I mean, I'm pretty confident that there is funding available to fund the position over 2 years. We just need to ensure that it's there and it's in writing, so that we don't get caught. Like you say, that we don't get caught. So that you're right. So we just got to do a little bit more homework.
Lot more homework. Can we not go to Te Kāhui and put it across verbally without having this in a minute? This, Carl, abstain.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can. When we meet and get that information, I can provide that for the whānau in March. But I think Te Kāhui need to see that we've had this kōrero, and Te Kāhui need to see that yeah, we are looking, that we support the program, and that we in what it said there, that we support Te Kāhui also being the employer. So I think they need to see that in order for them to start to work out what that's going to look like.
We support the mana and mahi initiative and Te Kāhui in principle.
Nadia, kai a koe?
Yeah. So the point that we were bringing Te Kāhui in was because we can't be employers, and we agreed in principle that Te Kāhui would be the best place to be the quote employer. They've run a lot of internship programs as well, studentship programs, and my daughter was one of them. So they do have a good system around them that would support our whanaunga, but also in saying that, in terms of the day-to-day mahi, what it is that our whanaunga would do for us, that would be supported through those avenues that we had suggested before. But it's not about handing them over to Te Kāhui to go and work for them. There might be some sort of induction. They might even provide that kind of initial support. That's a conversation that we could have with them. It seems like a safe avenue. I don't, as I say, putting my own daughter through their internship, they really do look after it. They look after our whānau when they're in their kāhui, when they're in their office. And there are just lots of other training opportunities and exposures that could come out of that, that we won't even know about right now. Yeah, so I don't think our whanaunga will go into a black hole. And yeah, I agree. We're not ready to explore the notion of being employers ourselves. Yeah.
Ka pai, any more queries? Whakaari here, and then I'll come to Maya.
Oh, no. Haere kia Maya, ko mutu te kōrero.
Ka pai, Maya, kei a koe.
Yeah.
Apologies, I was on a call while that kōrero was taking place. So the gist is we're going to ask Taranaki iwi to hire a mentor for 2 years who's expressed interest in learning about admin and other opportunities. Is this the kōrero?
So we are asking Te Kāhui to be the employer of one of our uri who will undertake a program of work, of study over 2 years, employed by the Kāhui and paid by the Kāhui, but would be paid via external funding that Toroanui marae would need to access. So they still would do mahi and work that's related and linked back to Toroanui marae. Te Kāhui becomes the employer and takes care of that side of things.
Who is the uri that's expressed interest?
Hariata Butler.
Oh, kia ora. So is this role oh right, this is a is this part of the strategy to develop Toroanui so that you've got a governance and an operational team, or?
Yeah, part of that, and it's part of the Mana and Mahi initiative, which is a collaboration between DIA and trying to find employment for uri and training as well.
Right, yep, cool. Ka pai.
Ka pai, any further questions? Okay, so there is the, I've put up the poll so whānau could vote. I've got 3 so far.
Oh, where is it?
Sorry, Damon, I accidentally lost it, or
Me
may
too.
have accidentally X'd on it.
Oh, I think mine down small. I don't know
Yeah,
where it's
I've
gone.
lost mine.
Oh, okay, wait on. Let's, yeah, I might have to redraft it then if whānau still got it up.
Nah.
Okay, wait on then, wait on. Let's just go back. All right, so what I'll do is I'll just end that poll. I'll end it now and then we'll do another one. So just give me a bit of time to draft the next one up. Okay, we're nearly there. One, 2, save. All right, we're just going now back to our Zoom and poll, and I've just got to find the apply. Okay, here we go, and just launching now, whānau, so can you vote now, please? Apply, we're up to 9, 10. I think there's 2 more. 11. Ka pai. Oh, 1. Oh, is that everyone? Yeah, that's good. Okay, ka pai whānau, here we go. Just publish the results, share the results. Here we go. 8 yeses, 2 Carl, 2 abstain.
Aroha mai, Damon, were we supposed to move in second? Aroha mai.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Sorry. I'm happy to move. Too. Yeah, I'm happy to move.
Nadia. So Nadia to move and a seconder. Aroha mai, let's go over seconder. Nadia's moved, a seconder Mina. And now the results. Kia ora. 8, 2 and 2. So mihi ana ki a koutou. We'll continue the conversations with Te Kāhui. Come back in March with more detail around what that looks like. All right, it's 2:38. It's a 4.5 hour hui. And I'm absolutely exhausted. So I don't know how the rest of you are feeling, but when you run a Zoom meeting, it's very, very challenging. Very challenging. So I just want to mihi to you all. Thank you very much for your time. And our next, I just wanted to mention though, a couple of things. Firstly, the 4th of February being our day of tohu kākahi, and his birth, well, his passing, his passing. And I did read an interesting article about his burial, that was good, maybe good for us to have a look at. So I'm just going to share that with you in the chat. So this talks about the kōrero to do with tohu's coffin.
Ooh.
And if you weren't aware of the kōrero that goes with that, it's a very interesting read, which I only just came across. So it talked about the fact that our people were buried in coffins and how we were to maintain and hold on to tikanga. And so I'm just going to share that with you now, which is a link. So I just suggest that you click on the link so that it opens up to a page and you're able to read it. So that's the first acknowledgement, and that's in regards to tohu kākahi. Secondly, we have the 18th, our Rā Day coming up on Friday, which I'll have to give my apologies for. I'm in Te Papaioia for work in Palmerston North, but that's this coming 18th. And thirdly, on March the 6th, we have our next hui planned for that Sunday at 10 a.m, which based on how things are going in regards to Omicron and COVID, we will most likely need to look at either running our Zoom hui, which is not ideal, but if we are able to face-to-face. So initially we had looked to arrange our hui out at Wāria Hall, which still owes us one booking, so we've paid for one booking. So yeah, we'll as we get closer to the time, we'll make a decision. We will get information out to you a lot earlier. And again, just apologies for the short amount of time that we've had, but appreciate that everyone's joined us today. So those are our pānui. I just want to thank you again for your attendance. And with that, our karakia wakamutunga will be unu ia. Unu ia, unu ia. Unu ia te uru tapu nui, kia wātia, kia māma te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua i te ara takatū. Ko ia rā, e rongo wakaeri aki ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia, au, ai Māori. Ai Māori re kia koutou e te wānau, ngā mihi, i ngā koutou katoa.
Thanks, Damon.
Ngā mihi whānau.